course, we can officially start. I would like to start by thanking the organizers. On behalf of the organizers, that is the Environmental Hub, and also JAP Transformative Action Research Center. We really want to thank you for putting together this very event this morning. But also, I want to take this opportunity to thank our partners who are partnering with us to make sure that this event is a success, and that is including the Ministry of Finance, Planning and Economic Development, and then of course our hosts, that is Kyambogo University. I want to warmly welcome you to this landmark event. Now, today's symposium brings us together under a critical theme. And of course, the theme is clearly in bold letters, and it says, investing in our future, how do we leverage carbon finance for sustainable conservation and inclusive development? I think it's an interesting theme. Ladies and gentlemen, it's an interesting theme because we all know that climate change is not a distant threat, it is here with us. And because we know that because of climate change, we have been fueled with things to do with droughts, we have been fueled with floods, we have been fueled with disease outbreaks. So the conversation we are going to have here is how do we ensure that this is not affecting our food and security, this is not affecting our health, but also the interesting part of this conversation is because we have youth and women taking lead in this conversation, and because we also know that being young people who are covering over 75% of Uganda's population, we carry the heaviest burden. And that is why we were so keen to invite young people. We were so keen to make sure that women are inclusive. And we also know that despite what climate change is doing, we are here to change that. That is why we're having this conversation. How can we leverage finance to ensure that we have opportunities unlocked not only in green finance, but also in the carbon markets. But at the same time, we want to have discussions that ensure our health and our gender equity remain at the center. Now, without wasting any more time, ladies and gentlemen, one of our organizers, which is the Environmental Hub, has been very, very keen in ensuring that everything that you're seeing right here, right now, is put together. And I want to invite a representative from Environmental Hub to just welcome us, to give us welcoming remarks and welcome us into this building, but at the same time tell us what is he thinking to put this event together and put all these stakeholders together. And that is none other than Kawere Thomas. Now, Kawere Thomas serves as the finance and administrator at Environmental Hub. So Kawere Thomas, if you're around, can we please clap for Kawere Thomas? Let's put it together for him. Thank you so much. You're most welcome.
Ministry of Finance, Climate Finance, representatives from the university, our dear beloved partners, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. My name is Kawere Thomas. I am the finance and administrator of Environmental Hub Uganda, a youth organization aimed to combating climate change as well as preserving the environment. And today we have invited you for this particular symposium because we want to start a new chapter, one that was that had a kickstart last Thursday with Ministry of Finance, and we decided, why don't we bring it closer to the majority of Uganda's population, the young people. Now, we are providing this platform so that we link the entities and you young people so that you get to know what climate finance is and give you a roadmap as well as train you and tell you what climate finance is, and you take part in this journey with us. It is a wonderful journey, it is an exciting journey, and we look forward to interacting more, as well as, bringing you on board and putting you together with the mainstream. We thank you for being here, and we look forward to having a fruitful engagement, and we hope that we meet your expectations. Thank you very much.
Come on. I know you haven't had breakfast yet, but does he deserve that? Yes, I knew you could do better. I knew you could do better. Well, thank you so much. Okay, at this particular moment, I'm going to walk you through the agenda, how our program for today looks like. It's quite a packed program, but I also want to start by introducing myself. I also remembered I hadn't done that. Let me do that before I actually do forget. My name is Clinton Liberty. I do work with Bright Amanda Uganda, but most importantly, I also work with Roderick, who is the founder of Environmental Hub. We work together under a think tank under the UNDP called the Youth Climate Change and Biodiversity Working Group, where we are looking at advocacy efforts for young people across the 4 regions of Uganda, and we're doing a number of consultations with young people. So that is where I also do stuff, but that is me. And today is not about me. Today is about how do we invest in our future, all right? So I'll just walk you through the agenda, how today's packed program looks like. Well, yes, one of the things that we're going to have immediately, we're going to have a keynote address that will be coming from one of our partners, that is Uganda Biodiversity Fund. From there, we shall have our representative invited guests from the National Planning Authority talk to us as well. And then from there, we shall have official opening remarks from our co-host, that is the Ministry of Finance. And then from that, we shall then see ourselves get into a panel discussion, yes, that will be looking at how do we demystify green jobs and, of course, local climate financing, right? And then after that, we shall also get into a technical session, and this session will be looking at, the carbon markets. But importantly, we shall be discussing issues to do with how do we guide ourselves, from carbon to cash flow. That will be the technical session. Then we shall have a health break in between. We shall have a health break, and then of course we shall then now have a very good conversation where we launch the Center of Excellence for Climate Finance at Kyambogo University. And then later we shall also delve into a second panel which wants to link us between climate finance, but also clearly tell us what is the role of young people, what is the role of youth, what is the role of resilient communities in terms of this energy transition. So we want to also discuss that. And then later on, we shall have a national youth statement from one of our partners, that is GAYO, Green Africa Youth Organization. They're also in the building, and they will give us a small statement on what findings they've been doing. And then, of course, close up the event. So I can say it's quite a packed morning, but we're going to make sure, considering I am the MC for today, I will ensure that time is well managed so that we're able to stick to our program, but at the same time also be able to ensure that we don't have the whole day in here, right? All right. At this moment, I want to also invite, the ED of Environmental Hub, that is Roderick Muhumure, who has, been working fingers and toes to ensure that this is a success. Roderick, are you around? Is Roderick here? Yes, he's around, yes. Please, can we clap for Roderick? And I really want to hear very thunderous claps. I'm going to make you clap one more time. Can we clap one more time for Roderick, please? Yes. This man has been working so hard to make sure that you're here, right? So let him talk to us. You're most welcome, Roderick.
Thank you so much, Clinton, the MC. Thank you so much, everyone, for honoring our invite and for being here today. My name is Roderick Muhumure, and I am the founder of Environmental Hub Uganda. We are very proud that when we reached out to you, you came. When we called, you responded. Allow me in a special way recognize the presence of the Ministry of Finance, Planning and Economic Development through the Climate Finance Unit, with the head himself being here. And last night I was talking to someone and I made a funny statement. When we talk of Ministry of Finance, we always say colleagues. So colleagues, allow me welcome and introduce Mr. Commissioner Mugaga Dennis. He's with us in the room. And please clap. Together with his team, Ms. Patricia Akulo, they are all present here. That means we have all the Ministry of Finance here with us. So that we do not take that for granted. Thank you so much for coming. We also have National Planning Authority joining us to align what we are planning and what is in the bag, what is coming for us, so everything is in plan. On the other note, we also have Uganda Investment Authority in the house, represented by Mr. Henry. Thank you so much for being part of this day. And you can see, we are talking of climate finance, we are talking of investment, and we are talking of who to reach out to. It's called the system or the components. Then we have Ms. Sophie Nampeo Njuba. She's from Oxfam. Thank you so much for being with us. And when we talk of Oxfam, we are growing big. So thank you so much for coming and for loving the youth and women. Also, our very own, our elder, Mr. Allow me say Doctor, Amani Garuhanga Ivan. He's the ED Uganda Biodiversity Fund. And when I'm talking of climate finance, and there is Uganda Biodiversity Fund, and you're seeing their logos all over, so you know what it is. So I thank you so much, ED, for coming out through amidst all costs and helping us do this awareness and outreach. We shall also be joined by Mr. Musingu Zilaban, who is the Regional Director of Grow Foundation, and is going to take us through a very technical session and the MCs will be telling us. Also in a special way, allow me welcome Atakama Consulting Foundation. They are partners with the Department of Environmental Sciences, and thank you so much for supporting our students. Thank you so much for walking the journey with us. Also, they're represented by Madame Kabarajira Ividi. Yes, thank you so much. We have representatives from African Wildlife Foundation. Thank you so much for being with us, and others as will be coming. So, in a very special way, as you can see, we have a number of partners. This is not my time to give remarks, but I had to really say thank you so much. Thank you so much for coming. And we know what we promised we are going to deliver, only that we are trying to balance with time. The MCs are going to tell you by 1 we should be having lunch and then departing. So, but the refreshments and everything, breakfast was supposed to be on arrival, but by the time you arrived, breakfast was served. But we are going to cater for break tea. Thank you so much. In this way, allow me, MCs, to invite one of our partners, JAP, represented by Dr. Nakajiri. Please, you can come give remarks, and then from there, please, you can, he says, the culture of clapping. From there, she is going to invite the representative of the head of Department of Environmental Sciences, and then we shall proceed with the MC's program. Thank you.
So good morning, everyone. First of all, I would like to welcome you all for this event. Some of you know me, but you know me on a different court. I'm Engineer Dr. Ann Nakajiri from the Department of Civil and Environmental Engineering, but I also head the research and grants units under the Office of the Vice Chancellor. Now here, I'm also one of the founding members for JAP Transformative Research Center. Now this brings together a number of researchers and practitioners to engage in different activities. So that's why we're here and working with Environmental Hub, and we thought this was one of the core activities. So I come in on two fronts. One, to bring together practitioners and researchers to discuss critical issues that lead to social economic transformation, but also behind resource mobilization in the university. So where there is money, and carbon financing means money, I usually feature. So it's against this that I would like to invite the representative from Kyambogo University, who is supposed to open this workshop. And this is from Faculty of Science, and that is Dr. Kagwa, to come in and give her remarks. Welcome you all and open up this session. Thank you.
Is Dr. around? Yes, perfect. Can we please clap for Dr. as she comes? Yes, thank you so much for being a great audience.
Good morning, everyone. You're welcome to Kyambogo University. I'm Dr. Mary Kagwa. I'm going to give just a brief communication on behalf of the Dean, who has not been able to make it because of other also engagements where he has to appear, but he sends his regards and he welcomes you, especially our visitors. Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, once again, I welcome you. I also welcome the Minister of Finance, our partners, our lead partners, colleagues from the Manager, Trade and Tourism at the National Planning Authority, who will be our guest today. You're very welcome, sir. Mr. Kagwa Ronald. Mr. Henry from the Uganda Investment Authority, Miss Sophie Nampewo Njuba, Finance for Development Coordinator at Oxfam, Mr. Amani Garuhanga Ivan, Executive Director of the Uganda Biodiversity Fund, Mr. Laban Musinguzi, Country Director of GRO Foundation, a representative, I hope we have representatives here from NEMA. You're very welcome. We acknowledge your presence. Dr. Tendo, who is representing the head of Environmental Science Department today at this event. You're welcome. Representatives from the African Wildlife Foundation, you're very welcome. And Miss Kabaragira Evelyn from Atacama Consulting Foundation, thank you for partnering and always being there for us. Ladies and gentlemen, our students from the different our departments, faculties, you're very welcome to this function and gracing it. Ladies and gentlemen, it is my honor to warmly welcome you to Kyambogo University for this prestigious Climate Finance Symposium 2025. We are delighted to host this gathering in collaboration with Environmental Hub Uganda, a partner with whom we share both history and vision. Our relationship with Environmental Hub Uganda has grown steadily over the past 4 years. In 2023, we met the Kyambogo University Environment Day. In 2024, we convened the Climate Smart Agriculture Conference, led again by Environmental Hub, where we reflected on the opportunities and challenges of ensuring food security in the face of climate change. And today, in 2025, we turn to an equally critical theme, climate finance, because without sustainable investments, our ambitions for adaptation and resilience will remain dreams. This partnership is especially meaningful because Environmental Hub Uganda to have created impact that our students now, who are no longer students now, they're in the community serving, drives advocacy, research, and community engagement at national and regional levels. This is a true testimony that the work we do here is not confined to the classroom, but lives on through our graduates. In 2023, the signing of the MOU between Kyambogo University and Environmental Hub Uganda marked a turning point in institutional collaboration. Since then, we have engaged in cleanup activities, joint projects, and student mentorships. We are also exploring new horizons, particularly in waste management initiatives, which present great potential for innovation, circular economy solutions, and community transformation. Allow me also to acknowledge our partners who have journeyed with us, including Atacama Consulting Foundation, Ministry of Finance, whose contributions and collaboration have been instrumental in strengthening this movement. I equally extend deep appreciation to the Kyambogo University Environmental Management Students Association, KWEMA, whose dedication and vibrancy continue to inspire and energize our initiatives. As we look ahead, we are confident that this collaboration will grow stronger, more creative, and even more impactful. Together, we are nurturing a generation of leaders and innovators who will drive Uganda's transition to a green and climate-resilient economy. On behalf of the Department of Environmental Sciences, overall, on behalf of Faculty of Sciences, I express our sincere gratitude to all stakeholders present, to Environmental Hub Uganda for walking this journey with us, and to our students who continue to carry the vision forward. Thank you for listening to me, and you're all welcome once again.
Let's clap for her one more time, please. Simply because already now we feel welcome, right? I feel like, when you go to a home and, the owners of the home welcome you and they make you feel at home, there's a way you feel relaxed and, ready to go. So I feel relaxed. Are you ready to go? Are you ready to go? We move? Great. All right. So thank you so much, Doctor, for setting pace for this very conversation. Now, we are going to make a small twist into our program. We are supposed to be getting into the keynote address, but unfortunately, our co-host has been called to office. So we're going to, our co-host, we all know that is the Ministry of Finance, Planning and Economic Development, and today it is represented by Dennis Mugaga, who is the head of Climate Finance Unit, and he's going to, take us through what exactly the ministry is planning for young people and women in line with leveraging climate finance for green finance opportunities. Let us please join our hands together to welcome Dennis Mugaga.
Thank you, MC. Good morning, colleagues. I see the word colleagues is very interesting. You are colleagues in the struggle of climate change action. As introduced, my name is Dennis Mugaga. I head the Climate Finance Unit in the Ministry of Finance, Planning and Economic Development, but I'm here representing the Permanent Secretary to the Treasury, Mr. Ramadan Gobi. He would have loved to be with you, but we have a lot of issues going on currently in managing the economy, so he sent me to represent him. And I'm also beg your indulgence. As I was here, I got a communication that I need to go and see the Permanent Secretary of Office of the Prime Minister. We have some pending issues when it comes to disaster risk financing, and this is an opportunity to engage him. So I'm sorry. I'll be leaving shortly after this statement, but my colleague, my senior colleague, Patricia Roy Akulo, is going to be here for the whole time. So you're in good hands. What I would have shared with you, she will share with you. Good morning once again. I bring you warm greetings from the Permanent Secretary of Treasury of the Ministry of Finance, Planning and Economic Development. It is my distinct honor to welcome you to this important event hosted by the Kyambogo University in collaboration with Environmental Hub and the Ministry of Finance, Planning and Economic Development. I think you've seen last year there was we missed co-hosting this because we were initially trying to see how do we bring in universities and tertiary institutions in doing, and we've been identifying as and JAP, I think, is one of the partners that we've identified in this endeavor. But we also have other universities on board. We have Makerere University, we have MUBS, we also have Uganda Matters University in Kozi, because in this fight, a drastic decision that now, without fail, any engagements for either universities or young people, we personally are part of it. So that's why you see we agreed to be part of this symposium. This high-level convening brings together youth leaders, women innovators, financial institutions, development agencies, government actors to explore how climate finance and green investments can catalyze environmental sustainability, climate resilience, and inclusive socio-economic development, particularly for the vulnerable communities and children. The ministry, in particular, the Climate Finance Unit that I head, recognizes the invaluable contribution of the youth and the women in addressing climate change in Uganda. For this reason, we attach great importance to this symposium and the launch we are witnessing today. Ladies and gentlemen, colleagues, today we also celebrate the launch of the Center of Excellency for Climate Finance. This center will be a catalyst for empowering young people with the tools and skills to participate in carbon markets and climate-related investments. One of its main objectives is to position youth and women as leaders in the green economy through practical knowledge, mentorship, and access to opportunities in sustainable finance. The launch also highlights how green finance can be a driver for sustainable livelihood for vulnerable families through renewable energy, agroforestry, waste to value innovations, and support family stability and reduce child vulnerabilities. And for us, everything that we do, it is for the vulnerable communities, because when you have access to financing, when you have alternative financing, then you can actually determine what you should be using as your energy source, where to take your kids, the different amenities that you require as a person. But if you're vulnerable, it means even the effects of climate change are really going to hit you worse than the person who's well off. So in all that we do, in all the innovations that we look at, we want to see that we have an impact when it comes to the vulnerable poor. And I know you should also be focusing on that. So the ministry is also aware that the Center of Excellence intends to train 500 youth and women in carbon markets and climate finance. This capacity building effort will help bridge critical gaps and build generations that sees climate change not only as a challenge, but as an opportunity for inclusive development. The ministry stands ready to provide the technical support needed to raise this goal. And what the center is going to do is actually part of our third mandate. As a climate finance unit, our mandate, the first mandate is to mobilize resources for climate and green investments. The second one is to ensure that these resources, when mobilized, are efficiently and effectively allocated and utilized. But then the last one is collaboration, and this is what we are having today. collaboration with the different stakeholders, and also helping to build capacity. So the center is actually in line with our third mandate. As Uganda's country climate and development report recently underscores, our country needs at an estimate of 30 to 35 billion until 2030 to achieve its climate and development goals. Without decisive action, Uganda risks losing up to 7% of its GDP annually by 2050. And cumulatively, if we don't do anything, we actually will lose 70% of our GDP due to climate impacts. But the CCDR also reminds us that climate action is an investment, and investing in renewable energy, sustainable agriculture, resilient infrastructure can generate green jobs, innovation, and reduce poverty. And we all know, as I said, there's a direct correlation between poverty and the effects of climate change. It is the poor that cut down mostly forests to find energy sources. It is also the poor that use charcoal mostly, because the people in the urban centers, some of them can afford LPG, some of them can afford EPCs, some of them can afford solar. So they have alternatives. But the people who are really in poverty are the ones that might be driving these effects more because of failure to have alternatives. This is why carbon finance is also very important. Properly structured, it can channel resources into conservation, renewable energy, biodiversity protection, while creating a dignified work for the young people. Uganda's youth, with their innovation and digital skills, are central to this transformation. As a Minister of Finance, carbon markets for us is financing, and I say this every time I meet our stakeholders. There's a lot of science behind carbon markets, but for us, we look at this as an opportunity to raise financing. And the approach we are taking is a whole government approach. I know some of you might be hearing mostly that, the forest sector is the biggest opportunity for carbon markets. But in actual sense, every sector in Uganda has an opportunity to benefit from carbon markets, because there are methodologies globally that actually can help every sector to tap into carbon markets. So we have to change the mindset, and you as a youth, with your innovation, you can actually help us with this. Look at all the sectors, maybe depending on the course that you're taking. Basically, in there are opportunities for carbon markets. So we would want to use that opportunity to help change the mindset of the whole economy to make sure that we benefit from carbon markets. So if aligned with mentorship and entrepreneurship support, carbon finance can be an open pathway for green jobs, social inclusion, and prosperity. As a ministry, we already laid a strong foundation for making this convening possible. Your commitment ensures that the youth, women, and community leaders are not only equipped with knowledge and skills, but also connected to the opportunities in Uganda's growing green economy. We are vying to grow the economy by tenfold by 2040. It means if our GDP was 5 billion, we have to grow it 50 billion, we have to grow it to 500 billion by that time. So we have to do that responsively with a climate lens. I thank you for your commitment and for honoring our invitation. It is now my pleasure to officially declare the symposium and launch of the Center of Excellence for Climate Finance open, and I wish you fruitful deliberations. I thank you for God and my country.
Another round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, for Dennis Mugaga. Thank you so much. Just a quick word, Dennis, before you leave, is it okay if we have a group photo with you? Please, yeah, let's have a photo before you leave, so that we're able to capture this moment. All right, just a few things that I've picked from his official opening remarks. One is that young people, we have an opportunity where the ministry is looking at training 500 youth in climate finance and carbon markets. So please take note of that, right? Number two, the other thing I was able to capture is that the Center of Excellence shall be one of the mandates for the Climate Finance Unit. And that's very, very, very key to take note of. The other thing I also was able to capture is that this conversation we're having today is very important, that if we do not have this conversation, we are about to lose 70% of our GDP. Ladies and gentlemen, that's a very huge percentage. And therefore, it really, really signifies how important or vital this conversation is. And then, of course, he talked about how investing in renewable energy is the way to generate green jobs and also end poverty. So you can see that he has been really, really, spot on in terms of aligning climate finance with national development priorities. So, ladies and gentlemen, it is now my honor to invite Dr. Ivan Amaniga Ruhanga. Wow, what a name. It's a very, very powerful name. You know, when you say Amaniga Ruhanga, for the Westerners who are in the building, I'm sure you already know what that means. The power of God, yeah? So he's going to be talking to us, in terms of how can the Uganda Biodiversity Fund deliver and also unlock green finances for youth and women so that we can have a sustainable conservation and inclusive development. Ladies and gentlemen, I know we still have the energy. Let's put our hands together for Dr. Ivan Amaniga Ruhanga. You're most welcome.
Thank you so much, Bwana MC. Amaniga Ruhanga means the power of God. So it is one thing I thank God for every day, just giving me that name. I want to extend my thanks to the organizers. There's no doubt that this is a key event, just like the head of the Climate Finance Unit has pointed out. I want to thank the partners that have come. I want to thank the experts in the room. When I see Mr. Kagwa, I know that we are covered. But most importantly, I want to thank you all for coming for this event. You came on time. Maybe you should clap for yourselves for that. The head of the Climate Finance Unit has summarized my presentation, so I will devise ways of making sure I'm not repetitive. I just want to tell you a small story. And since you're students, I can afford to bore you with figures. In 2017, an organization known as the World Forest Watch did studies in this region that indicated that Uganda could have no forests left with us by 2050 if we didn't reverse the trend of forest resource degradation. So by 2050, you would not see a forest. And those of you who know a forest, you know what I'm talking about. Those who don't, let's read. I'll continue with my story. In 2017, an organization known as the International Crane Foundation released a study that indicated that by 2050, if we continued losing wetlands at the rate we are losing them, that was in 2020, that by 2050 we would have no crested crane. Who has not seen a crested crane? Who doesn't know how a crested crane looks like? Nobody. So your children will not know because it won't be there, or your grandchildren then. much earlier in 2018, the Ministry of Water and Environment released a very, very humbling study that indicated that the water that collects after it has rained, you know that water around clock tower, sometimes vehicles are swimming, other times people are stranded this and that side, they are not moving because of the floods, that water, which used to take 30 days to leave clock tower to get to Ruzira. If you know where the Ministry of Water and Environment is located, there are meters monitoring, etc. So water used to leave that place in 2008. It used to leave that place and get to Ruzira in 30 minutes, in 7 days. Now it was taking 30 minutes to leave that place to Ruzira, meaning that the sponges have been washed away, so it is swimming the way it would want to move, and along with whatever it comes across. Finally, to end my story, KCCA, just in 2022, released a study that showed that 9 out of 10, so if you count 1, 2, up to 10, 9 of us here are inhaling is very well studied. It is known. So since we are students and we have notebooks and pens, this is the first question. This is your coursework. It takes 30%. The first question, what will I be remembered for? We are writing it serious. We want answers at the end of this. What will I be remembered for? The second question, who will remember me? And the third question, of what value will this be to me, to my legacy? Yeah, since you'll be gone, by the time you remember, it means you are gone. Okay, you can be remembered when you're still there, but eventually you will go. But of what value will this be to your legacy? When we are answering these questions, we tend to think of me being the first person that takes a Range Rover to my village, my LC1. You know your village. Imagine yourself being the first person that drives a Range Rover into any of those compounds, or at that church or that mosque in your LC1. Those are sort of things that come to mind. You want to be remembered for having had the best house in the world or in your village. But when you're moving around Kampala or entering Kampala from any side and you look at the hills that make Kampala, you see many great houses. You see many great cars on the road, so much that you don't care because you don't know the owner. Or probably even if you knew the owner, it means nothing to you. So when you're thinking of what you will be remembered for, can it be something that is of common good? Can it be something that when you're answering number 2 of who will remember you, you find yourself compelled to put yourself as one person that you're proud of? We have had very many challenges with climate change because of human action, mainly the things we are doing. We've had many interventions, some of which you're going to hear, others that are innovations that people are coming up with. The problems have persisted. The time to act, as we know, is yesterday, and the best next is today. But where do the answers lie? Is it in access to funding? Do you want to believe that if we had all the money here, that we would not have problems with climate change? Is it in understanding of financial opportunities for youth to take action? Do you feel as youth that probably you don't have a fine understanding of the problem and therefore you don't know where the opportunities for funding are? Is it in leveraging technology and digital platforms? As youth, we see you dominating digital platforms, talking about politics, talking about who dances better, talking about who is sleeping with who, etc. Could we probably leverage those platforms and channel all energies towards causing awareness about climate change? Is it in research and innovation? When I mentioned these statistics, how much did you find that you were familiar with? To what extent did you challenge yourself to use your time to read and know these things? Why should you have hope that you're going to solve a problem which you do not understand? Okay? Could it be in mentorship and partnerships with funders, donors, other platforms that could be a solution? Is it lying in the policies? Mr. Mgaga has talked about the policy framing and how it is changing to make sure climate finance is put high on the radar. Could it be in the youth-led climate initiatives that you bring to UBF? I'm going to talk about UBF, where I come from, so that you know what we do. But could it be that the youth need to bring up these initiatives and get funding? Or could it be that actually the answer lies in building our own capacity and skills to intervene? So think about that and fix yourself somewhere as you answer the earlier questions. I want to believe that we know what green finance is. If we don't, these are investments or financial flows directed towards sustainable development. And this includes investments, it includes loans, it includes grants. We are going to give a graphic about this later. And this is relevant because in Uganda we rely heavily on natural capital for the survival of the income generating aspects, including tourism, including general natural resource extraction and feeding the economy, including the food we eat. All this relies on natural capital. So the health of the habitats of the natural resources dictates so much how much wealth we have, since we are a nature-dependent economy. It comes in different forms. We are talking about biodiversity offsets. We are talking about carbon financing, which is the theme, the center of this symposium. Comes in terms of green innovations, payment for ecosystem services, debt for nature swaps. And some of these things may be new to you, but as the youth, I don't want to labor so much explaining because we've reached a level where you should be creating your own notes. So let's understand more in the plenary, but also do private reading to get to understand them better. Okay, okay, there we go. So, Mr. Mgaga hinted on this. I want to tell you that in 2022, at what is known as the Kunming-Montreal Biodiversity COP, heads sat and put together what is known as the Global Biodiversity Fund, which is the facility which is costed, the framework comes with a fund. So the Global Biodiversity Framework is costed at 700 billion USD per year until 2030. If we are going to reverse the level of loss, if we are going to act on climate change and how it relates with nature conservation, the world needs $700 billion every year from 2022 to 2030. And part of that is what Mr. Mgaga gave us Uganda's portion, which stands at 25 billion Uganda shillings every year. Imagine 25 billion every year for this action. Unfortunately, 85% of this is expected to come from others outside this hall. Donors, grants that the likes of UBF bring in, but also money from private sector to a tune of about 12%. So if we are going to speak to others out there before we provoke government's appetite to increase what's giving us, then surely we need to be understanding this issue quite well. I added another statistic that if you look at public expenditure to environment and natural resources anywhere in the world, so think about the national budget of the USA, the one of China, the one of Uganda, and probably the one of Somalia. There is no government that gives the ENR sector as we know it more than 1% of its national budget. So it means we have a lot to do to raise the capital that we need to be able to act towards greening our environment and dealing with climate change. I want to talk about briefly the role of green finance in our development. Those of you that have looked at our national development plans since they started up to now, you realize that they rely heavily on green finance to power economic growth in the push for sustainable development. When you think about what you want to answer the first question, so that those who came late don't know our questions, when you think of solutions to your first question that you wrote down, could it be that you want to leave a beautiful environment for your grandchildren, and that's what you want to be remembered for? And therefore, think of the things you want to do that can deliver that, and greening the economy is an important thing. But green finance also creates green jobs. If you look at the funders that support green projects, they want to make sure there are green jobs associated with this, so that as we leave the university, as we train people out there, we are also consuming them in these green jobs that deliver benefits for today and tomorrow. And of course, that way we are also shielding the economy from climate shocks. We're protecting natural capital for tourism and agriculture and renewable energy. But it also ensures that women and youth are part of the development discourse. They are included inevitably. So Uganda Biodiversity Fund is an independent conservation trust fund, and the business of conservation trust funds is to raise funding for conservation. When they raise the money, this money is passed on to actors. Those actors include you. When we talk about youth-led climate initiatives, it means you can come together as a group here, package an initiative, come to us and say, this is what we want to do out there. This is how it delivers the sort of things I've been working on, been talking about, and then we look at your proposal and give you money to do that. So the money comes from development partners, it comes from private entities, it comes from private corporations, and it can come as endowment funds. Endowment funds are those that we invest and keep using their interest to move the conservation agenda forward. It can come as revolving funds, which are the funds that we inject into projects to see conservation impact. But it can also come as conservation projects, payments, conservation payments, offsets, payments for ecosystem services, etc. And when this money comes, we support government agencies. Like now we have projects with the National Environment Management Authority. We've had others with NFA and others. Then NGOs and generally civil society organizations, but also groups and individual experts. So I am challenging you to come out with ideas, come to us and challenge us to support these ideas, because the time for youth is now. And for us, we look at youth as catalysts for change. You remember from your physics, a catalyst. You spark greater action, okay? So, when you look at the trends, there is greater progress in health, youth, and digitization in Uganda. Youth are more healthy currently. Okay. He was saying that your breakfast is ready, but that I shouldn't be rushed by that I should take my time because it is on warmers. Okay. Thank you, sir. I've delivered the message. If you look at education, our education levels have gone up. There are more educated people in your LC1 in your village than there were 20 years ago, but also access to digital platforms, social media. People, the youth easily create apps these days. I think you've seen them. How well are we as youth using this to catalyze the messaging of climate? And of course, about 80% of Ugandan youth have access to the internet. More than 60% of people aged 15 have formal education. We've also noted with pleasure that teenage pregnancy and birth rates teenage pregnancy as foreign birth rates have gone up, and therefore that's good in the past decade. But youth must be innovators. So filling the room isn't good enough. Having education and access to digital platforms and we are not innovating doesn't help. We must be leaders in climate activism. So when people are talking about climate interventions, let's lead in that discussion. Let's make sure our views are put there. And then we must lead us in driving climate technology and conservation startups. At UBF, I'm going to be waiting for proposals from you because I believe from this symposium you'll get all the knowledge that you need. But also women. So this symposium is good because mainly it fronts youth and women. And clearly, like you stated, you are the majority in the country. Women are frontline resource managers. They interact with natural resources on a daily basis by nature of their gender roles. They are the ones in charge of food, so they have to look for firewood. They are the ones in the field doing this, but they also are the ones who raise us to be what we are. So that way they are interacting, and therefore they can't be left down behind. When we talk about agriculture being the backbone, actually 70% of subsistence farming is by women. And of course, same as cooperatives and micro enterprises, you've seen women with their groupings sitting every Sunday evening, bring 1,000 or 500, and that way it means they are a force that can be leveraged upon to move the agenda forward. And like I mentioned, they are the custodians of energy transition. There are barriers that we know women deal with, like access to land, aspects of culture, expecting them to be doing this and not that, to be owning this and not that. They have challenges of financing. They don't have access to the kind of money that probably men have. And of course, education in women has just come up, and information. So I want to call all of us to action. There is something for each of us. I'm calling upon government to empower youth with green curricula. When we come to school, let's be taught about greening our economy, dealing with climate change effects, the role of youth in this, and create innovation hubs, invest in green jobs. Government should be intentional in making sure green jobs have a fair share of the budget, so that we do not continue to engage youth into things that are already part of the climate problem in the country, and redirect public procurement towards sustainable production. I am happy that this has already started, and I'm hoping that we will continue. But also on the part of women, government should help them secure land rights. I know this is work that is in progress, and ensure that their inclusion in green financing programs is guaranteed. So when we are designing PDM and others, we make sure they are green financing mechanisms and that women are factored in as a key actor. And then to private sector in the house, increase investment in green enterprises and support youth and women-led businesses. To development partners, including donors, I'm calling upon the support for youth with financing, with mentorship, with incubation for green enterprises, and of course I've already made a commitment on part of Uganda Biodiversity Fund to make sure that this is actualized. To women and youth, the majority and our special interest group of the day, take leadership in cooperatives, in startups, in advocacy to mobilize resources and demand accountability as well. Why should you accept to be left behind? Let's challenge our leaders. Let's challenge the actors of different forums to put us at the center. And finally, to you, say to me, to you, be the ambassador of green growth and sustainable development. Ask yourself, what do I need to be to appear like an ambassador? Preach this gospel according to green growth on a daily basis. Lead, make yourself a leader. Don't wait to be voted for to count yourself a leader. Make yourself a leader, and surely you will be remembered for something. You will remember yourself, and it will have invaluable input into your legacy when you are no longer here. With those words, I want to thank you and wish you a great symposium. Thank you.
Great. Another round of applause for Dr. Ivan. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for that. He has touched on a number of areas that I just needed to re-echo. One is that we need to be leaders as young people. He has mentioned that we need to be leaders in climate advocacy in terms of preaching the gospel of green growth, right? But also he has mentioned that when it comes to women should be involved in terms of getting land rights, but also in planning and also in the government budget. He has also mentioned that for private sector, let's look at increasing investment in green jobs and green projects. But also he has mentioned that green jobs, of course, are the trending jobs now, and then therefore government should also be able to plan for how we can channel carbon finance or green finances to resources into conservation, since every sector can benefit from this carbon market. So it has been a really a touching keynote speech from Dr. Ivan, and we really appreciate you for that. So thank you so much, Doctor. Now, like I already mentioned, our Commissioner Mugaga Dennis wants to move, so we're going to do a quick photo with the following people. One, we're going to have, of course, the photo with the chief guest who is still around with us, and we're really humbled to have Mr. Kagwa Ronald still with us. So thank you so much for being here. But what we want to do now is to have the group photo together with the Minister of Finance. That will be Mugaga Dennis. Then we're also going to have our chief guest, Mr. Kagwa Ronald, part of this photo. We're also going to have Biodiversity Hub, part of this photo, okay? And of course, the photo booth session is just outside. That's where we're going to have the photo from. We're also going to have Mr. Laban Musinguzi, County Director of Grow Foundation, also be part of this photo. A representative from NEMA. If the representative from NEMA is already available, then he can also be part of the photo. We have also the Principal of Environment at Buganda Kingdom, also available. That is Madam Teddy. Please, you're going to be part of this photo. And then, of course, Dr. Kagwa, representing Kyambogo University, will also be part of this photo. So at least let's take a few minutes to have this photo before Commissioner Mugaga Dennis leaves the building, and then we can now get into our opening remarks from the chief guest. But also I've been told that our representative from Oxfam, yes? Yeah. Yes. Oxfam, yes, a coordinator at Oxfam, please, if you're around, and that should be likely Miss Sophie Nampeo. If she's around, please join the photo. Okay, DJ can give us some music as we lead our guests into this photo session, please. Thank you. Okay, so please, if I've mentioned you, just walk outside. We have Dasha who's going to walk you right to where the photo session is going to take place. So please follow her. Thank you. All right. Then for those that are staying here, my co-host here has a game for you. You know, she has something to share with you. So please, the stage is all yours. DJ, thank you so much.
Okay. Thank you. Yes. Thank you very much. We shall be having the chief guest immediately after the photo session. But as we wait, I can see the room is a bit dull. People are not clapping, people are yawning, others are dozing. That I'm at the front, but I can see some faces at the back closing their eyes, which is quite absurd because we are receiving very important information. And on that note, I'm going to request us to stand and energize a bit. Let's first stand a bit. Are we all, everyone in this room, are we sure of our genders to begin with? Do we know who is female and who is male? Because the game is a gender game. We are talking about women and youth. Can we please stand up?
Yeah, man, I'm you can. Yeah. Whoa. Yeah.
Okay. So the game is called I Will Make You Fishers of Men. When you hear an alphabet with an F, you sit. When you hear an alphabet like a letter that starts with letter M, the gents are going to sit. That represents male. For example, I will make you fishers of men. We've not understood the game. Okay, so the word starts with F, so it's fishers. And men starts with M, so the males sit and the ladies go back up. Have we understood? Okay, we try. I will make you fishers of men. Yeah. We have people that have confused genders in the room. Guys, yeah? Oh, the chairs are not friendly. Okay, quick one.
Fishers of men.
How many of us know a coconut? A coconut? Okay. Who is willing to volunteer with me here? I need a volunteer or volunteers. We are going to spell coconut with our bodies. We start. See, you guys have sat down. Okay. Due to the interest of time, we shall proceed with that game immediately after our chief guest. But otherwise, thank you very much. I hope you're a bit awake now and ready to listen in from the different speeches coming after. And on that very note, I would like to thank our different organizers that have been able to, make sure that this conference is, this symposium is a success. And also to you, the young people that have spared your time off your busy schedules to come and show up and listen. We don't take that lightly because we know you're the future of tomorrow. And when we impact this knowledge today, it will be used for the future generations, your kids and your kids and your kids. So on that very note, allow me please welcome Dr. Kagwa, who is a lecturer here at Kyambogo University under the Faculty of Science, to please welcome our chief guest for the day. She will be representing the Vice Chancellor of Kyambogo University. And please, let's clap for her. She comes to invite. One more time, guys.
Good morning once again. I have the honor to welcome our chief guest for our gathering here today, who happens to be also my namesake. So I was just looking and I was like, okay. So I welcome our chief guest, the Executive Director for National Planning Authority, Mr. Kagwa Ronald. Thank you, and we welcome you to come and speak to us. Another round of applause. You're very welcome, sir.
Thank you very much. Distinguished participants, my namesake, students of this esteemed university, our development partners, the organizers of this symposium, ladies and gentlemen. I bring you greetings from the National Planning Authority, and especially from the Executive Director of the National Planning Authority. I'm head of department, production, trade and tourism planning. And under that department is where we have green growth, climate change, and natural resource management. So I'm here to represent him in that capacity. I want to congratulate you on this initiative of coming out with the climate finance symposium. It's a very big initiative. I'm yet to see other universities doing it. Maybe I'm not informed, but as far as I know, it could be you that have done it, first in the country. So I want to applaud you for that initiative. So I'm deeply honored to represent the Executive Director at the launch of this initiative. The Ministry of Finance, the Kyambogo University, the Environmental Hub, and other partners that have come together to put to this visionary and timely response to the issue of climate change, and specifically climate finance. As you know, the National Planning Authority is charged with the planning for the country. We make comprehensive national development plans which should take the country as per our Vision 2040, which looks at a transformed Ugandan society from a peasant economy to an upper middle income country where every Ugandan earns $9,000 per year. That's not small money. We shall be an upper middle income country come 2040. And maybe before I delve into this, I want to appreciate the infrastructure that is developing in this university. I've not been here for some time, but I'm impressed with the infrastructure that is coming up. I didn't know this building was there, but now that you have it, and it is a green building, These are what we call green buildings. So that is in line with our vision of transformation of the country to an upper middle income country. As you may be aware, we have developed NDP4. After every 5 years, we develop plans after every 5 years. We completed NDP3, now we have NDP4. Now the goal of NDP4 is to achieve higher household incomes. When you raise the incomes at the household level, the country will be on the development trajectory, which leads us to transformation. So the goal is to achieve higher household incomes and employment for sustainable development, sustainable socio-economic transformation. What we need are jobs for our people, jobs for the youth, jobs for the women. So NDP4 looks at sustainable raising of household incomes, creation of employment, industrialization for socio-economic transformation, transforming our people, transforming the youth, the women, and the marginalized groups. We want to build a resilient economy, a climate-resilient economy that generates opportunities for the youth, opportunities for the women, opportunities for the marginalized groups. You see, it has been mentioned that the youth are the future of this country. To me, you are not only the future, but also you are in the present. So we should not look at you as the future, but also as present partners in the development of our country. Today we have a global movement called Gen Z. You've heard of that? The other day they toppled the government in Nepal. Kenya is suffering from Gen Z. How about Uganda? We have challenges with the Gen Z. What's the problem with the Gen Z? What do we do? It's a time bomb. It's a time bomb. And I'm sure as we come to the elections, your presence as the Gen Z will be more appreciated. Now, in order to solve the problems of the youth, the unemployed, we want to grow the economy by tenfold. We feel that if we develop the way that we are, we cannot create enough jobs and incomes for our people. So we want to multiply our growth 10 times. Our GDP today is around $50 billion. So we want by 2040 to be having $500 billion as our GDP. We feel that by developing this at such a level, we shall be creating opportunities for employment, opportunities for our people, and raising household incomes and causing the transformation that we need to have. The challenge of Gen Z is basically in developing countries. I've not seen them in South Korea, for example. I've not heard about them in other economies. They are more, pronounced in our economies. And in order to have this transformation, we have singled out 4 sectors. One of them is agro-industrialization. We cannot develop without agriculture. But this agriculture should be agriculture with the value addition, agriculture with the markets, agriculture with the processing products which we sell, locally and internationally. Adding value to what we have. That is agro-industrialization. We need to fully monetize our economy to reduce the subsistence sector. Subsistence is an indicator of underdevelopment. The bigger the subsistence sector, the more underdeveloped a country is. Therefore, we need to fully monetize our economy. We also look at industry as a cornerstone of development. You cannot be, all the developed countries are industrialized. Did you know that you cannot develop without industrialization? Therefore, for Uganda to develop, we need also to industrialize. Therefore, it's the cornerstone of economic growth and qualitative growth. We need to grow in both quantity and quality, qualitative and quantitative growth. That's when we can have what we call a qualitative leap. We leap, qualitatively to what we want. We also want to, one of the focus of NDP4 is mineral development. Uganda is endowed with minerals. We have oil and gas. We have rare earth minerals, which are used to make phones, which are used to make batteries, especially the green batteries, the electric cars. Ukraine has those, and the US has moved to that. Uganda also has those rare earth minerals. So we look at harnessing these minerals as a catalyst for our development, as to develop what we call a mineral-led industrialization. So we need to develop petrochemical industries and all these opportunities for employment for the youth and the women. We want to have a knowledge economy, an economy that is based on selling of knowledge. Not cassava, but knowledge. Not sweet potatoes, but knowledge. Artificial intelligence. And this is the hub for artificial intelligence. That's the kind of knowledge economy where we develop apps for whatever activity that we need. That's the vision of NDP4. That is where we want the country to go. We want to develop science, technology, and innovation. We want also to have ICT. We also look at tourism. Tourism is a very important sector for development with high returns per unit invested. So NDP4 also looks at tourism to create revenue and employment. Many countries are using tourism to develop. And yet Uganda is endowed with tourism, but we don't sell these tourist activities. This university can be a hub for tourism. There are many things that you can sell your history here. Yes, a hall of fame. You can create a hall of fame. Many universities have got halls of fame where the who's and who's that have been in the university can be put in different halls. I had an opportunity to go to Stanford University, and there is a hall of fame where HP was developed. These computers called HP. These were students, and they developed computers. So can we create a hall of fame in this university where you celebrate the brains that you have? Now, much as we have this vision, there is the heart of climate change. Climate change is a development challenge. It's not an environmental challenge, it's a development challenge. It's a social development challenge. It is also a political challenge. You know, I want to understand climate change in those dimensions. Many people want to associate climate change with the environment. I want to say it goes beyond the environment to look at the economy, the social fabric, as well as the politics. Without food, this country would be very ungovernable. We are lucky this country has food. Just go to Banda and you have food. Very low prices. Just go to Kalero, you have food. But in countries where there is no food, and we have food because of climate change, because of a good climate. Did you know? And as we tamper with the climate, even the food will become very, very scarce. And that will cause political upheavals. So this is why I say that climate change is threatening political stability and tranquility over this country. So I want us to understand that. And Uganda is also one of the most vulnerable to the effects of climate change. And why are we vulnerable? And who is more vulnerable? Unfortunately, it's the youth who are more vulnerable. It's the women who are more vulnerable. It's the marginalized who are more vulnerable. And the question is why? Why the youth? Why the women? Why are they more vulnerable? They're undercapitalized. They don't have money. Yes? They don't have land. Their asset base is very low. They don't have assets. They don't have coping mechanisms. They're unemployed. They have no incomes. You know, the higher the incomes, the greater is your ability to resist the effects of climate change. So, we need to build climate finance, therefore, is spot on in raising your resilience, in raising your adaptability to the effects of climate change. My other senior colleagues have mentioned the impact of climate change on our GDP. Our economy, I want to repeat this, is a natural resource-based economy. We are based on natural resources. And these are vulnerable sectors to climate change. Agriculture, tourism, even energy is vulnerable to climate change because our energy is solar energy, that is renewable, it's green, but it's vulnerable to climate change. Hydro is vulnerable to climate change. So our economy is vulnerable to climate change. It has been mentioned that we lose between 4 to 12% of our GDP due to climate change. That's a very big loss to our economy. And I want to remember that in 2015-16, there was a drought in this country. Because of the drought, our poverty numbers increased. We're supposed to reduce poverty, but the poverty targets were not met because of drought, which worsened poverty and vulnerability. Incomes became so low that we did not achieve our poverty targets, our development targets. So, And I also want you to note that we have a fiscal constraint. We cannot raise enough taxes to finance our development. And given the geopolitics, the Israel war on the Gaza, a lot of aid is being channeled to that area. The Russia-Ukrainian war is also reducing inflows of aid. Then there is also Trump. Trump is on the global stage and has reduced the flow of aid. You said was giving us $800 million per year. You said it's no longer in operation. Many donors are now channeling their aid to support Ukraine, and we who are dependent on them, we are having challenges. So, therefore, the fiscal space, we have to raise money nationally. You have been told that we are supposed to raise $28.1 billion to meet our climate challenge. And out of this, Uganda is only raising 15%. We are supposed to raise 15%. 85% is to come from the global community. But the global community does not have that money because of the geopolitics that we are living in today. So, and the issues of debt sustainability. We have overborrowed as a country. We cannot borrow anymore. Yes, I know he's threatening me to leave, but no, I see. So, when I'm with the students, I'm a teacher by training, so when I'm with students, I want to talk and talk. But I take your caution. So, I'm saying, we have a challenge of debt. We use almost the biggest percentage of our budget goes to debt and other mandatory expenditures, leaving solely true for development. So, therefore, climate finance is very, very important. So, yes, climate is at the heart of our development, and without solving the climate issue, we have challenges of our development. We have to meet the financing gap, and climate change presents opportunities. Opportunities for green jobs. And what is a green job? Jobs which don't cause emissions, jobs that don't lead to biodiversity loss, jobs which build resilience are called green jobs. We now have many people employed in solar. Those are green jobs. We have electric buses now being assembled in this country. Those are green jobs. So we need to get more and more green jobs. And this university can be a center of excellence in generating ideas on green jobs. And the management of this university, I want you to create more ties with the National Planning Authority. We're not feeding you. We're not feeding you. Please come and make presentation to our think tank and present ideas which can put the country on the next level. So, those are issues, and so women and the youth have a very clear role to play. You are our greatest asset. We cannot talk about transformation without the youth, without the women. If you lift the women and the youth, this country will be transformed. I've been looking at the expenditure of women and the expenditure of men. They have different expenditure habits. Did you know? Women spend their money on welfare, on eating, on dressing, and the men spend their money on what? So when a woman has money, it means the household is better off in terms of eating, in terms of welfare, in terms of meeting household needs. So when we raise that category of people, we will be moving to the next level of development. So, therefore, what should be the role of this center? One, we expect you to train the youth and the women to develop pipeline projects, to develop bankable projects. We have a challenge in developing projects. We go to COPs, Conference of Parties. This year we are going to Brazil. Other countries go with the projects developed, and they want financiers. For us, we go, they ask you, please, can you bring your project idea? It is in the head. It's not written down. So can this university develop project proposals that are fundable, such that when you go to international negotiations, we have something that has been done meticulously, giving returns and impacts on the different, people. So we need you to do that. So this hub should be a research hub which generates, research findings, policy advice, and, we advance, and advice to government. We need innovators to come from this hub. Innovations. What can this university boast of in terms of green? What is your niche? Let's identify it. And that niche should be green, and therefore, use it for development. So let us have that innovation. Let us get innovative instruments. Many people have talked about bonds, creative carbon markets, blended finance. These terminologies are not understood. And I want to tell you, we've not developed a green bond in this country. We haven't. Can you support us? Can you put us heads together to see how can Uganda develop a green bond? How? So these are challenges that we need to look at. So this is therefore a call to action. Let us mainstream climate finance in all that we do. Let us raise climate finance locally. Universities should provide solutions, national solutions to climate change, solutions to green development. The private sector needs to come on board. How do we entice the private sector? Is there any partnership between this university and the private sector in terms of developing technologies? We need those partnerships. Where universities have been, they are partnering with the private sector to bring about development. How do you relate with the Banda community, the Nabisunsa community? Any relationship? Are you an engine of growth in these areas? Or just look at them? You need to provide solutions to them. So, colleagues, I want to reiterate that climate change is a development challenge over time, the greatest development challenge over time, a global challenge, but also, on a beautiful note, it provides opportunities. And I want you to look at those opportunities and harness them. Now, with those so many remarks, so many words, I want to thank you for the opportunity that you've given me, for the initiative of this, and I say all this for God and my country.
Great. Another round, please. Another round. He deserves it. Thank you so much, Mr. Kagwa Ronald, for your exclusive remarks. We really appreciate you for that. And one of the things he has mentioned and encouraged us to do is to come up with bankable proposals that he can actually take a look at. And that's the immediate call to action that I would have for all of you that are in here. Please, it's time. It's time that we start thinking and putting our innovative ideas onto paper. But of course, the word there is bankable. So please make sure that our proposals are bankable in nature, and that way we're able to penetrate into this, what we call the climate finance. Yeah? All right. Okay. Now, we are already behind schedule, and that is bad. Yeah? That is really, really bad. So moving forward, I'm going to be very tough on the next speakers, making sure that, they take quite time that is, not so much, so that we're able to wind up. Now, before we go into our panel discussion, we are also still blessed to have a representative from Ministry of Finance. I know it's already 8 minutes past 11, but I'm sure she's going to talk to us briefly. Now, she just has a presentation she's going to make on behalf of the ministry to ensure that we're able to to be in time, but at the same time she's also going to talk to us on what the ministry is planning for us. Yeah, so ladies and gentlemen, let us welcome Patricia Akulo, who is the social safeguards and gender expert at the ministry. Okay, we're just going to give her some time to talk to us. She has something she wants to present to us, so let us give her our attention, and I believe you will enjoy it. Let's welcome Patricia. Thank you so much. You're welcome.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I know you feel tired. I know for young people this is not how it should be, but let's try and make it better. I'm Patricia Roy Akulo from the Ministry of Finance, Planning and Economic Development in the Climate Finance Unit. So I'd just like to let you know briefly what the government is doing in terms of the National Climate Finance Mobilization and what opportunities could be there for young people. And I know I should be in the panel, but I will not join the panel because I will say what I need to say to you already now to save time. I understand you should be out of here so by 1, and we don't need to keep talking too much. So I have these slides, which you can also have it later, but I'll not speak to each of them. I'll skip several of them. So you could follow later on. So the slide is basically telling us about what the ambition is. Climate change, I'm sure all of you know that we have what we call the National Determined Contribution, which is the plan that the government uses to implement sector-based actions for mitigation and adaptation. And to implement that, we need money. So our job in the Ministry of Finance is to look for the money that is needed to undertake climate action in Uganda. And when it was costed, we realized we needed about $28.1 billion until 2030. And that is divided according to what you see. So whatever we are trying to do until 2030 is to find this money. And I'm sure you're looking at these figures and wondering how much is this in shillings, and where are we not seeing this money? We're seeing Bududa going down, we're seeing Kasese flooding, we're seeing all the things. Yes, it takes time to reverse. So whatever actions we're trying to implement at environmental level is supposed to contribute to reduction in carbon emission. By now, I'm sure you understand climate change is not environment. Are we together still? Climate change is carbon emissions reduction, the carbon space. And I think I want to interest you to listen more to the second panel on carbon, okay? So our job, basically is what I've summarized, is to look for that amount of money, and part of the money should be for adaptation and mitigation action. I'm sure by now you know the difference between mitigation and adaptation. You still don't know? Young people, are we here? Give me energy. Are you also tweeting? Who has the Twitter handle? Anybody tweeting? Kyambogo University. Anyone tweeting? Your hands up. Only 2 people. I'd like to encourage the management of the university to get people more active on social media. One of the things we normally look out for are social media postings by young people. And when they interest us, we call them to come and pitch the idea to us, and we attach them to either a bigger agency, and they develop a project jointly, which government tries to make sure it's supported through our development partners. Have you heard that? So my presentation will not be so traditional. And again, I said this unit's job was created by the government to mobilize resources, and it started in 2023. So just you know that the government has strong commitment when it comes to climate finance mobilization. And that briefly explains what we do: find the money, give it out, make sure it's used well, and coordinate all the troops that are trying to mobilize resources. That's our job. And this is how much we've tried to raise within these different financial years, but our target grows bigger each time. So the next financial year, 2025 to 2026, we should have raised $1 billion in US dollars. And you can see a lot of our money that is mobilized is largely for activities underwater. Those are the sectors. We have water, agriculture, energy, forestry, health, transport. And these are the sectors which are in the national determined contribution. That is NDC 2. But now the government is developing NDC 3. So for you to understand why you're seated in this room, make sure you go and read the nationally determined contribution, which is the NDC for this country, and then you correlate it with the National Climate Finance Strategy, which we launched last week on Thursday, showing you how we shall mobilize the 28.1 billion to implement those actions. Why all these efforts, especially today that you're going to talk about carbon markets, is because of the global reduction. There's no more money coming from the developed countries. So we need to raise money for climate domestically. So that shows you, that picture is showing you how much countries are cutting down in terms of climate finance provisions. And then we are having legal and policy frameworks that guide our efforts to mobilize climate finance. I hope by now you can find some of these documents online. So for people seated in this room with great interest in climate, you should be aware that we have the National Climate Change Act 2021. That is a legal instrument mandating a lot of actions. We are having the climate change policy, which was reviewed in 2023. We are having the national determined contribution, which I'm emphasizing too much. It was 2022, but now it's also the updated version. We are having the National Climate Financing Strategy, the strategy that will show you what the government of Uganda is doing to raise money. Does the word money excite people or not? You people, money excites me, but in a positive way. Yes? Yes. So when there's money, your brain starts to think a lot, right? Yes. So do not sit in this room to listen to all the people talking and walk out without no idea that you later incubate that will raise money. Young people graduate and there are no jobs, but those that are brilliant will come out with innovative ways of raising money, especially in the green sector, and there's a lot of financing under the green sector. So I will explain as I move quickly on in terms of where some of this green financing is available domestically. We have all these strategies. Let me not go through it, but I want to emphasize the financing strategy. But also our NDP for now, which is from NDP 3, will be showing you the areas for integrating climate finance in planning. And we have the National Finance Management Amended Act, the PFM Act. So this one is going to provide us the fiscal management for climate finance. The PFM is a very important document. And when the government of Uganda decided to ensure that climate is integrated into it, it was a strong commitment. So meaning in terms of planning for this economy, your Minister of Finance ensures that whatever sector we are planning for integrates climate change. Climate responsive infrastructure like roads, bridges, climate responsive constructions, climate responsive interventions. This is what it means. I know there should be a project on green housing for students in the universities. For instance, in MOOBS, they should be setting up a green hostel. Kyambogo is also one of those universities identified, I think, in the next phase, but that is under the public-private partnership unit of the ministry, where they construct green buildings, and then I will not mention the other angle of it, but green buildings would mean a hostel where you're having rooms, but you're sharing common space for your laundry, your cooking, a refrigerator, not every student carrying their fridge to the room, every student carrying their gas cooker. So we have common spaces, you're having wide windows for natural lighting, you're having water recycled from the bathroom for flushing, you're having green spaces within your accommodation facility, you're having solar roofing, tapping solar energy, you're having temperature controlled room naturally. So there are all those parameters happening. And some of those projects are very exciting that people would like to invest in them. So your university could consider such ideas. So this continues with the policy, legal framework. There are many. You would look at this slide when we give it to you. We launched some of these products last week. The National Green Taxonomy, for instance, I'll talk about that one, which guides private sector or investors, even young people, on what project is actually considered green. So it gives you a tick box. This one is green, this is not green, therefore if I submit this proposal or idea for financing, I'll not get money. Or if I submit this, I'll get money. So that is to interest young entrepreneurs in the room. Anybody venturing in entrepreneurship? Wonderful. One lady. I'll give you a special appointment. So make sure you take my contact. Come and see me. Yes, that's the energy we are looking for. Why are you seated in this room? Yeah, young people. You didn't come to Climate Finance Symposium to listen to English. You came to look for money, for ideas. Okay? So we only have one entrepreneur in this university. Okay, there's a second person coming late to the party. No. The show is closed. Yes? No, the young people, not the partners. Okay, so I'll skip the institutional framework, and there are quite a lot, and both from what is anchored under the ministry that executes, Ministry of Water and Environment, but also what is in the Ministry of Finance. So let me just look at this maybe as the last slide. So the ongoing efforts, I've talked of the National Climate Finance Strategy, I've emphasized it. We have a QR link for it. I could leave it to the organizer. You get it. It will help some of you read for other engagements. The Green Taxonomy, I have explained what it is. The budget tagging, this is an internal effort by government across local governments to make sure they budget. Right now we are having budget conferences to budget for the next financial year. You'll see the minister reading the budget speech next year. But the process starts now. By the time he's reading it in June, we have done a lot of work. And part of that effort is to make sure as districts are sending in their budgets, they must have created a budget request for climate work. So the ministry has arranged different codes in the system to make sure that it is deliberate. Not this business of we don't have money for climate, we are making it a mandatory effort. So we also have, let me talk about the projects, development of pipeline or bankable projects. Our ministry's job is to receive proposals, innovative proposals or bankable proposals, and then match it with the potential financial. Did you hear that? Yes, but what may fail young people is because they do not have an institutional mechanism. Meaning you might be coming as an individual and it's a bit difficult for the ministry to engage, but the ministry will pair you up with a potential institution and try to match with you until at a point where we engage with financial partners. Did you hear that? Are we okay? That was a very serious point. And I'm sure the one entrepreneur listened to it. Okay, so we've had, I think, so far, we've met with one young person. And the person came in last year, a young man at the university. He walked in and said, I heard you people are in charge of climate finance. Then they said, yes, we are. I'm like, I'm here, I have this idea. We said, okay. We quickly put him in the boardroom. He walked in without an appointment. But he was lucky, we were available. We listened to what he was saying. All he had was his phone. So we set up our projector, the screen. We thought he wants to pitch something big. Then we realized, oh dear, he didn't have anything more. So he just sat there, opened his phone, and said, this is what I want to do. I want to do a bit of melting of tins, melting metals. I don't know, burning it at this temperature. I want this equipment. I can get it from Katwe and all these things. And then his budget was like 20 million. We are like, 20 million Uganda shillings. We are like, oh, that is $20 million? Oh no, Uganda shillings. Okay, that is very little. That is doable. And he was, speaking so calmly. We took like 1 hour with him. He came so simple in his t-shirt and jeans, sandals, very basic. And we were speaking with him in the language he understands. We then managed to finish the meeting with him. By the time we were done, we said, first of all, you're a very brave young man to walk through this gate of the ministry and try to speak what you want to speak in your own language. We commend you for that. So what we did, we paired him with another staff internally to write together his project concept idea, journeyed with him until at a point where we've included it in a very bigger project, and he will be part of it. That is the only one time we've had a young person walk in with an idea. And what he was telling us, we had never done it. It was very different. So to encourage you that there is always a way the government can accommodate young people. Okay? So I'll stop it here and allow you have the panel session. I will not participate in the panel session because you can listen to all the other speakers, but I'll still sit in and you can engage beyond this. Thank you.
Another round of applause for Akulo for your time management as well. Thank you so much. Thank you, thank you. She has hit on certain points that young people, like we already discussed, that, okay, when I say young people, it looks like I'm not part of them. Well, we as young people, we need to ensure that we can come up with these bankable proposals and be able to even walk into these ministries, just like she has given us that example. Yeah? Please get your courage together and let's get into these offices and have some constructive discussions. Yeah? Now, time for our panel, right? Time for our panel. And of course, our panel has a very unique topic, which is demystifying green jobs and local climate financing. Now, here, of course, we have already discussed from our keynote speeches, from our opening remarks, what we have understood is that green finance is a bridge to green jobs, resilience, and inclusive growth, right? Do you agree with me? Great. So now what our first panel is going to be discussing is to help us understand how can we translate carbon markets and policies into real opportunities. That is what the panel is going to be discussing, yeah? So that's what we're going to discuss. How do we translate all this green financing, carbon market? We have discussed all these things. But how do we turn these things into real opportunities for communities? For Banda community, for example. Yeah? So how do we turn all this? So we are going to be, this panel discussion is going to be moderated by a gentleman called Arinda Xavier. And Arinda Xavier is a team lead at Debate Institute Africa. Can we welcome him? Yes. Yes, actually, take a seat as well because you're definitely, the seats are going to be definitely enough. And then he's going to be the moderator. He's not a panelist, but a moderator, yeah? So one of the panelists we're going to have was Patricia Roy, but like she already communicated, she won't be part of the panel because what she had to say, she has already said it, yeah? So maybe if you have a question, one or two, you can later ask. But this panel is going to be considered by a gentleman called Derek Mujisha, who is the CEO at Biodiversity Hub International. Can we please welcome our first panelist? Yes. Secondly, we're going to have Dr. Kagwa from Kyambogo University. At least we have heard from her already, but she'll be our second panelist. And then, of course, the Principal Environment Officer at the Uganda Kingdom, that is none other than Teddy Nabakoza. You're most welcome. So, those three are going to be our panelists, yeah? Of course, Patricia was supposed to be part of them, but she's not going to be part. Now, because of time, we have agreed, I've also agreed with the moderator, that the panelists are going to answer one question each, yeah? And after that one question, then we can get into some questions from the participants, because remember, we have two panel discussions for this morning program. So we need to make sure that we utilize our time so well. So one question for each panelist, and then after that, have questions from the audience, and then later we can get into the next program. Yeah? Great. I think now I hand it over to you, moderator. Over to you, sir.
Thank you very much, MC. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I had to make sure I get it right. My name is Arinda Xavier, as has already been introduced. I am very glad and very honored to moderate this panel of very distinguished individuals that have already been introduced to all of you. So I think we'll get right to it. But before we ask the actual questions, I think we've had a lot of information about green jobs, green financing, and the carbon markets and all that. I think we need to sort of de-escalate a bit. So before we begin, I'm going to ask each one of my panelists in their introduction to tell us something that is not professional about their very professional bios, something personal that they have not introduced to the public, and also something that has motivated them and made them reach where they are. Because I think it's important that over and beyond who we are here, I think the students that are out there want to know, how do I actually get to this point, right, of being such a professional? So from each one of us, as way of introduction, something that the public doesn't know about you, and what principles have led you to this point that you are at. We'll start with Derek from my immediate left.
That's a very hard question to start with, because I don't know if when you say it now, it's no longer personal. So if I tell you my secret, that means it's no longer my secret. But as introduced, my name is Derek, and I'm glad to be here with you this morning. I'm seeing very beautiful faces, very energetic young people who are really keen or who are interested to know how they can start supporting the transition, or how can we start elevating. So something about me, I think I love movies, and people think I'm always busy, but I always watch movies. And I can tell you I watch all the movies. So I'm updated to the extent that if a movie comes out today, I've already watched it. So you talk about The Beauty in Blacks. I've watched, so people think I'm always on the laptop, but I watch movies as well. So that's my fun fact.
Thank you very much, Derek. Next up, we'll have Dr. Kagwa.
Good morning once again. I'm Dr. Mary Kagwa. I'm a lecturer here in Environmental Science Department. I'm an environmental scientist. And something about me is that I love dancing.
Thank you very much, Dr. Mary Kagwa. And finally, we have a person who knows a lot about movies and one who knows how to dance. Rotarian Teddy. Okay, that's very interesting. Do we know what tree whisperers are? Yeah, so if you want to know who a tree whisperer is, please go to Teddy after here. She will let you know. She told you it's a real thing. Yeah. I'll be the first to ask you, because I don't know what tree whisperers are. So we'll start with Rotarian Teddy, and we'll go right into it. They'll be a bit general so that we catch up with time. So as a leader that is steering businesses and a founder of Wango, in today's rapid changing world, how do you balance the drive for growth with the responsibility to create real opportunities for young people, especially in the climate finance space? So how do you drive that balance for growth and also creating these real opportunities for the people?
Like I already mentioned, a principal environment officer for the Kingdom of Uganda, and I think, as you've all known, when it comes to traditional... It is off? Okay. Okay, let me start again. Yes, like he has mentioned earlier, I'm the Principal Environment Officer for the Kingdom of Buganda, Obwakabaka bwa Buganda, but also an environmental scientist. That's my profession. So when you talk about working with, working in a traditional, a cultural institution, it is, that sums it up that you're working with everyone. That means youth, women, anybody else that you must work with, because this is a cultural institution. Inclusion is very important. So how I manage to work to bring forth the youth, the different gender perspective of this is, I've come to understand that bringing together the people you want to help get this growth is key. And I don't know if you know this about me, but it is rare that I implement a program or implement any project without involving the youth. And as the Kingdom of Uganda, we've gone a step further in this inclusion, because inclusion is just not in the text, because right about everywhere, every policy will find youth, women, gender, the text is there. Gone are the days where we used to fight for the text to be included, but now the text is there, so we need to have actual implementation. How I do it is to bring the youth close. And by close, I mean the planning of whatever we're going to do, the implementation, the evaluation, the leadership, every single step, I'm with the youth. I don't know if you've heard about the Buganda Youth in Environment Forum. The whole idea about this forum is we have so many youth that are doing amazing things in this space, in this environment space, in this climate change space. I'm seeing some of you here already, yes. But you know, you can only go so far. Oh, I see Dickens, good to see you. You can only go so far if you are working individually. It takes time for your single effort to be realized. But when you have a platform that brings you together and you have the common cause, which is environment, you can call it climate change, you can call it biodiversity conservation. If you come together, there is strength in numbers. There is strength in combining every single effort that you're doing. So the Buganda Youth and Environment Forum is not about individuals. It's about those individuals that are doing collective action. So you'll find that we have so many different organizations on that forum. And we are there to support what each individual organization is trying to do. Because like I said, the strength is in combining every single effort out there, and then you bring it together as one group. That's it for me.
All right. Thank you very much, Madam Teddy, for that in-depth analysis. Next up will be Dr. Kagwa. For those of us, I think the mean age around this room is around 23. I don't know where you were around 2012, 2013, but Dr. here was working on her PhD at the time. So this speaks to the level of influence and knowledge that she actually has. Now, a question to you, Doctor. As someone that's shaping minds in the lecture rooms, I think most of us know her because she's always around with us. What do you think young people need to learn or unlearn today in order to thrive in Uganda's future economy, especially when you cross-reference it with the climate change crisis that we have at the moment?
Thank you once again. Being a lecturer, I kind of, it's an opportunity. By the way, usually it's a job, somebody will say that teaching and, you know, educating people is so tiresome and all that. But we are privileged to have thousands and thousands of minds that we transform, that we speak to every day. And therefore, we have the chance to influence their thinking for good or not. Yeah? Now, when we talk about, especially in relation to climate finance, yeah, I keep, at least the students I've taught so far, I usually encourage them, they can testify to this, yeah? They are here, most of them, I can see you here. But I usually tell them that, for example, we have a number of environmental concerns, yeah? Which we should stop looking at that the other person should do, the other person should address, and to start looking at ourselves, that you have studied environment science or environmental engineering, whatever it is that you've studied, and how do you begin to have that transformed mindset. Because as I teach, you should go beyond and say, okay, this is an issue that is happening, it's maybe pollution or whatever it is, but me, as you know, as an environmental scientist who is being formed, how can I step out there and try to solve this issue? Actually, I told them recently, because I am now teaching something about energy and the environment, and I told them that you have to go beyond, that whenever it's, you are thinking of these environmental issues, begin thinking about them with a business mindset, yeah? What can I do to solve, and at the end of the day, I'm also earning, or my community, whatever it is, the people I'm working with are earning. So for me, that is a key mindset. It can drive you to think beyond, and even you've had Madam Grace from the ministry. She has, for example, put out there the different opportunities. But if you don't have that vision within you, the mindset that, you know, it is me, I can step up and, you know, try and address this issue. And these environmental concerns are really huge. You don't have to go and address everything. You can just pick out a niche, yeah? Something like if it's pollution, yeah? What is it that I can, for example, I can just step out and maybe go in for advocacy, or working with communities to see how they can also, you know, we can collaborate and create citizen science kind of thing, yeah? That the communities, you can teach them, help them to run to test maybe their water and, you know, get those pollution hotspots, help, how do you help them and all that. All these are issues you're trying to address, yeah? These are green jobs and you're trying to sort out communities. So for me, that mindset is very, very key. You don't just study to pass exams, yeah? Though I know you want to pass, to get a first-class degree and all that, but when you come out here, it is much more than that, yeah? And you'll appreciate it when you come. So for me, it's very important. That mindset change is very key. If you want to tap in the opportunities that, for example, our colleagues from the ministry have explained. Otherwise, then if she asks and only one person, you know, dares to put up their hands, that, you know, I'm an entrepreneur, then you know we still have a challenge. That mindset is very, very key. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Doctor, for that in-depth analysis as well. And finally to you, Mr. Derrick. We've had the Climate Finance Unit talk about the National Climate Finance Vehicle and training about 500 youth. We've had UBF challenging the youth to present their ideas. And I very well know that earlier this year, you participated in this year's local conference on youth that trained youth negotiators. My question is, how should the youth scale up their potential to become, one, youth negotiators, but also secondly, which jobs should they likely tap into that are out there? I know that we've talked a lot about green jobs and all, but as a person that has had all this experience, which green jobs would you advise them to tap into, and how can they scale their potential to become climate negotiators for Uganda?
That's a very hard one as well, because you're prompting me to tell people what works, okay? And in the world of so many challenges, there is no single, there's nothing like one opportunity for all of you. So I will start by telling you, anything you think you can do better, do that one, okay? No one should tell you it's not possible. If you're going to venture into raising tree seedlings, please do that one. That's your contribution. So the first thing you should do in this green job, I know people are trying to motivate us into, you know, jobs and this, But starting something up is not easy. Okay? It is not easy. Even just developing the idea from scratch, it is very hard. Okay? So for young people out there, start by interest. Okay? I've talked about the mindset. We even have a national mindset in terms of our national development plan. We have a mindset program. Okay? So the first stage is just have the mindset that it is possible. Secondly, how many are on internet if you have a smartphone? By show of hands, if you have a smartphone, okay. Instead of using it to slide it and check chicken, and TikTok and what's happening, use just a second of that data, okay, to Google what are the green jobs out there. Okay, the opportunities are now in mobility. You've seen transport, you've seen Afolu, if the forest sector is there, you've seen others in energy, you've seen, the opportunities are there. That's why I will not say opportunities are not there. They're there. Now, the other thing I will talk about is what do these investors look for? Okay? Because before you becoming a negotiator is just me trying to wake up the world. Okay? That we have to do things a certain way. Okay? That's why I hear these conferences and symposiums. But I'm going to talk about what is the opportunity like. So first, donors are looking for business viability. Okay? Who knows what I mean by business viability? Business viability, I'm looking at a very good business model. Okay? So as you start, because you're going to Google, I've told you, I've seen all of you have smartphones. Google is businesses, you know, green jobs. But develop a very good business plan. Okay? And what that I mean it should be able to develop profits. However much you have passion, if it can't make money for you, trust me, you'll be out of that business. Then it should be scalable. It's scalable in a way that if it was worked in Kyambogo here, we can move to Banda, community can utilize it, Chireka, you know, and the whole country. Then is it also scalable to out like East Africa and the rest of the world? That's how you should think. Elon Musk woke up one day and started, however much he was a bit radical on climate change issues, but bro, Teslas. Don't you see them? Don't you have Teslas? But it came from a businessman who was like, but you know, he had a lot of issues with climate, but he's already venturing into it. So what opportunities are there? Then lastly, what is your target market? So as youth, sometimes we want to bring out something that for everybody, and we end up doing nothing, or this product reaching, you know. So research well and identify your target market. Then I'll talk about the comparative advantage. Now, you've heard they're saying, you know, opportunities are there and all these kind of things. Now, what makes Elon Musk, for example, better than like Warren Buffett's? It is always the comparative advantage of how they invest. So in this climate space, identify that niche is good. I can be working on a Greek, but what difference do I make? So go and look at your comparative advantage. And then lastly, your individual character. Now, investors invest in your business as much as they invest in yourself. They cannot trust a shady. I would say they can't trust someone who's not good at that business. So you cannot pitch to any of the climate finance you've had these vehicles, the GBF and all these. Without that personality, they will Google you. So I've asked you, what do you post on your social media? What do you talk about? You cannot be abusing these things and then after you say you're innovating in them. I know it is that there's a transition, but so I would say, for me, what I would see now that's why I'm bringing it last. What I see, and which is already happening. I think last week, I think this week or last week, we had the border kind of thing. The economy thing launched. You saw that thing at Kololo. But do you know if it's the second biggest employer after agriculture? I think the seniors can guide, but according to what they were describing. And now we have, who has used these electric borders? How many of you have used these electric borders? That's innovation. Okay, borders existed, but they were mostly diesel, petrol, these kind of things. But now we have that. So I would say, find something and just make it better, or green or clean. That's something that helps us in the transition. Thank you.
Thank you very much for, again, that in-depth knowledge on how we can get better opportunities. Now, what I'm going to do is we're going to have 2 questions from this side and 2 questions from this side. Gentleman and a lady, gentleman and lady. So we'll have you first and a lady at the back. Then from this side, only 2 individuals from this side. None is willing, or we'll have this gentleman and then the lady over there. Yes, so we could start with you.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning. I'm sorry I transitioned from being a youth to something, but I'm happy to be here. My question, Mbumba McDonald, that is my name. A Muganda man of a Fumbe clan. My question goes to my immediate supervisor when I go to Buganda Kingdom, and a good friend of mine, Teddy. This ties in with a good friend of mine also when we were in the Battle of Bugoma, Patricia. What question I want to ask, how do we have sustainable battles as a kingdom alongside central government when it comes to conserving the environment? Because we know government is the custodian of most of these policies. And you know central government and Buganda government sometimes might have different takes on different things. So I just want to know, how can we have a sustainable approach so that we do not step on each other's toes? Because we talk about these things, but at the end of the day, people have different takes. The government will have its own stand, and the kingdom will have their own stand. So how do we have that sustainable? Because sustainable seems to be coming every single time. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much for that question. We'll go to the lady. We'll collect all the questions at once, and the panelists will answer at once.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I'm Nachimuli Sharon. I'm a student at Kyambogo here, JRC School of Management and Entrepreneurship. I really appreciate the efforts the team has got in to ensure that we learn and get informed about whatever has been talked about. But this question goes to the gentleman in the panel. How best and how easy can someone identify a group or team of people he or she can work with to develop the idea that person might be having? Because personally, I have an idea I'm trying to come up with, but I'm really facing a challenge in identifying whom I can work with in this. Then, another thing is, it's not a question, but it's just a humble request, appeal to the team. Kindly push these symposiums to the lower people, the people deep in the villages. Yes, you've informed us. By the look of things, much of the efforts are placed on the intellectuals, the students who are in school. But you realize that the people back in the villages will continue to resist such changes and ideas simply because they are not informed of the benefits and maybe the repercussions, all that. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Sharon. For that question, I think Derek, his name is Derek, so perhaps the first thing you could do is identifying who they are and knowing them by name. Yeah, so perhaps you could get to know who he is. Yes, the gentleman at the front.
Thank you. My name is Solomon Karole. I come from the private sector. I run a logistics company. But also, I founded a youth initiative called Global Youth in Logistics Africa. It's an initiative for mentorship, training, and interest in the youth in the initiative. So my question will go to, I think, Grace. She's gone? Patricia, though she's not on the panel. You know, my question is, carbon financing and carbon credits is mostly dominated by international organizations. So my question will go to you. is how do we interest the local investors, innovators, and the youth in the university to participate in the global carbon market, apart from the regional to the global, so that I know that I've come with an innovation. I know it will be like protected and I can benefit from the regional. Because apart from financing, there are carbon credits and people are paying for emitting. So as the youth, I'm interested, even apart from financing, I can interest the youth to benefit from the credits. Airlines pay, shipping lines pay, logistics transport networks pay. So how can we interest the youth to participate in this? And they are sure that the credits are not going at an international setting because there are a lot of bureaucracy there. And you may not benefit from that. Thank you.
Just a minute. Mr. Laban, Patricia says that you're well fit for that question. Perfect. Great. All right.
The question has been taken to Mr. Laban. So finally, the last question from the lady, and then the panelists will answer.
Thank you very much. My name is Cheptoek Abigail Solimo, a student of environmental science in year 2. I'm grateful for what you've shared with us. My concern is, first of all, during the holiday, I was teaching primary school. How I wish the government and all the other bodies just implement maybe a topic or a club on environment in all schools, be it primary or secondary, like the way we used to have PRC way back those days, because it's the young generation, like how we get cultured from deep down. We grow up like that. So if the primary section, the secondary section, all get this knowledge, they'll grow up with that idea of don't throw a cavera, don't do this. That's one of my concerns. Then another is I usually pass the Kamuli Road. I stay there in Agenda, and there is a serious concern when it comes to pollution on the road. The road is tarmacked, but when you reach the road, there is a lot of caveras on the road. So I want to understand how the government and the Buganda Kingdom work together to come up with that. That's what I wanted to ask. Thank you.
All right. Yeah, so I think because of time, we will not be taking more questions, unfortunately. We could perhaps save them for the next panel. And yeah, we'll start with Madam Teddy, the question from Mark Donald.
Okay. Mark Donald, Owefumbe. Thank you for the question, but you use 2 words in the same sentence, which is very dangerous. Battles and sustainable. Sustainable battles. I hope those battles don't remain sustainable. Well, like you mentioned, even the Constitution of Uganda gives the mandate to the government to hold these different natural resources, forests, wetlands, lakes, rivers, but they hold them in trust for us as the public. So they belong to all of us, all Ugandans, but the government is there to ensure that they are used sustainably or conserved, untouched. So this shows that we all have different roles. The government has its role. The Kingdom of Uganda, just like any other institution in Uganda, has its roles. most especially on those resources that are found within the 18 counties of the Kingdom of Buganda. So as a kingdom, our role is to ensure that they are used sustainably or conserved in the right way. And we've done our roles. We have a strategic plan, and in that strategic plan, we have different programs. We have a Chibira Cha Kabaka program, the one where we are doing restoration, forest growing, indigenous tree species, nursery beds. We have Nalubali Nechira Bibeo. Nalubali is Lake Victoria, by the way, and Chira is River Nile. Still, you see that program concentrates on restoring Nalubali Nechira Bibeo. We have Akachupa Nazo Center, which is, by the way, for the youth. It's going to answer the second question on what the Kingdom of Uganda is doing. A project like Akachupa Nazo Center, meaning every bottle, every plastic bottle you look at is money. It is centered on only the youth. We are piloting it as a kingdom in 5 sub-counties. That is Kasanje, Sisa, Ntebe na Chiwogo, Ntebe Lunyo. All those sub-counties are along Lake Victoria. The youth are collecting plastics. We have Rotary buying these plastics and making different things, tiles and all things involved. So I just wanted to give you a brief on that. But the main point is we all have different roles to play. But all these roles lead to one thing, to ensure that we conserve our environment. And this shouldn't be a battle, because the effects that come with destroying the environment have no boundaries. When you talk about pollution, who chooses which air we breathe? Do you decide today I will not breathe, Kampala is a bit polluted? We have this app on the AirCo app that monitors air quality, and which, by the way, the Kingdom of Uganda is installing monitors as well. On that, we have a project of Empeo Bwebulam, meaning air is life. So we do not choose. The impacts that come with destroying the environment affect us all. They have no boundary. They cross beyond even. So this shouldn't even be a battle. We all have different roles to play. The government plays their role. The Kingdom of Uganda, just like any other institution, plays the same role. But above all, we collaborate. We have a partnership with the Ministry of Water and Environment, working on a partnership with NEMA. So this collaboration should be a joint work together and not a battle. And when it comes to environment, we should always agree to one thing, to conserve it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for that. I think it was very, very in-depth. The next question to Derek.
Okay, I think the question on how do you identify a team? Do you have friends? Best friends?
Yes.
There is a gentleman who started Facebook. What is his name? Who did he start with? His friend. 3 friends. There are only 1, 2, 3 friends. And see how he has become one of the richest men in the world. So start with your friends, but also be selective. Don't bring friends who want just to play around. Look for friends who are going to push the vision. On the issue, I think you mentioned something on grassroots mainstreaming. Now, all of us here come from a village. They may have come from Kakoba. So if I go back, I'll tell them, please pick the bottles, do this. So even you, as an individual, it is your responsibility. Even here, I'm sure some of you are going to leave these bottles here. We shall start by that. We shall analyze on how even you conduct your day-to-day life. So grassroots mobilizing is a role for all of us. Then I think there was also a question on climate education, because I work with young people and we have pushed this agenda even at COP, the climate education under the Action for Climate Empowerment thematic area. But almost the biggest recommendation to young people is, you know, you're at university. Your epitome of studying, by the way, is to become researchers. Am I like? That is, you actually have PhDs, doctors of philosophy. It's research, okay? So please ensure that you conduct research that is going to help the country. When you publish, you're not publishing for yourself to graduate. No, you're publishing so that we pick on that knowledge and use it to innovate. So every time you're researching, please put it in the back of your mind that you're helping the country. Now we have talked about 28.1 billion. It's a lot of money. So start researching how is this money, how is it going to be mobilized. So provide solutions. That's how I would stop at that. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Derek.
Yes, just something. I noticed we didn't attend to the question or the recommendation she gave on the clubs. And I just wanted to mention that those clubs are existent. I know the Ministry of Water and Environment, NEMA, even Uganda Wildlife Authority, they have wildlife clubs of Uganda. In the Kingdom of Uganda, we have Obutonde Mwensa and Bulungi Mwansi clubs. There are quite a number of clubs around.
Yeah, so the lady at the back, Miss Abigail, please, the clubs are there. If you want to introduce one at your institution, I think you can approach her on how it can be done. And the final question was to Miss Patricia, but it was it will be answered by Mr. Laban.
Yes, thank you very much. I will of course definitely hint most of it in the presentation that I'll be having, but it's an honor for Patricia to be able to say that I can be in position to maybe satisfy your need. So yes, the young people can participate in carbon markets, even locally. We have what you call the voluntary carbon markets, the VCM, where you can develop your programs or your projects and register them privately, okay? Then we also have the clean development mechanism. The Ministry of Water and Environment launched recently the mechanisms through which you can participate and register a project. Then also, I think last week, the Ministry of Finance launched the climate finance strategies. How can you participate in this? This is all domesticated. By the time you find that the ministries have decided to bring us mechanisms to participate. Now, carbon markets have been there since, I don't know, 2015 even, over 10, 15 years ago. It's only that now it's people that are understanding when they bring in this movement of ESG and sustainability. But these things have been what? Have been there. So the frameworks are now available locally by government. And I think the private sector has also played a very important role to make sure that you can.
We've had a movie enthusiast who is also a very, very important climate negotiator. We've had a very great dancer who is also a lecturer and doctor. We've had a tree whisperer who is also a very good Rotarian, patron of our organizing team, and also a principal environment officer of Uganda Kingdom. And finally, I've been Arinda Xavier, your moderator. It has been an honor of my life to be able to moderate this panel. Thank you very much.
Great. Can we, please, panelists, before you leave, we're going to have to take a group photo, yeah? And of course, Madam Patricia, Madam Anita, name requested you also join our photo so that we have a very, inclusive photo, And then also, Doctor, what is your favorite song to dance? Doctor, I am so intrigued. Doctor has refused to dance. I wanted Doctor to, take us through, you show us some moves and we stretch a bit, not so? Not so, Doctor? Students, do you agree? Yes. Doctor, public demand. All right, let's start up our photo. Please, Madam Anita and Madam Patricia, please join this photo. Where is Roderick? Roderick should be joining this photo. Roderick, Environmental Hub. Where are you? He's coming. Please come quickly, join our photo as well. And then we shall let us stand up and have a stretching session, Samantha has some great moves she would like to show us. What a panel discussion. Wow. Did you enjoy it? You did?
Master
right, let's stand up a bit. Let's stand up a bit. Just 2 minutes, 2 minutes, 3 minutes. Doctor, you sure you don't want to show us any moves? Doctor.
Doctor, you have company.
Okay, let's call Madame Teddy. Maybe she may teach us how to whisper. Madame Teddy, please. DJ, one song, and please stand up, stand up, stand up. Let us stand up, let us stand up.
And a song that
Let us stand up, let us stand up. Please stand up, please stand up. DJ, any song of your choice, as long as Madame Teddy can show us what to do. We are following whatever Madame Teddy is doing. Can you all see Madame Teddy? You can't. Oh God.
She's here.
Maybe she may she's here.
Our
She
dear
loves young
patron.
people. Yes. It's a trap. Yes. We trapped her. Alright, we're going to do whatever she's doing, yeah? Is that a song? Great.
For those that are seated, please.
Please, if you're seated, that's a fine. 10,000.
Oh, Susanna, I hope you're happy now. I see you flexing on the ground with your sponsor. Susanna, I hope you're happy now. I see you change your skin color and your hair is longer now. Now cool na pai.
Wait.
DJ, please wait. Trees don't dance to music. So, this is what we are going to do. Honestly, just like everything that has life, trees have life. So, we are going to act like trees. Trees never really want to touch each other. If you've noticed, they'll have canopies, even in Amazon. Those that are going for COP30, you'll see, but they are shaped in very beautiful maps. I'm going to call them maps, but never touch each other. So let's stretch. Put the hand behind your neighbor. Do not touch. You need to feel their energy, but don't touch. Right? Stretch both arms. Now we are going to go down and mimic a growing, lovely tree. It starts from down. We go down. We go down. Go down. So now, imagine somebody's watering. So you have water, you have beautiful sunlight, and then you grow, and then grow, and then replenish. Thank you.
And then you dance a chitaguru.
Alright, thank you. Take your seats, please. Thank you so much, DJ, and also Madame Teddy. Alright, that was just for us to have, a stretcher, a break. Alright, just a small announcement as well is that the washrooms, for those that are not, university students and are not familiar with, the building, the washrooms are just right behind. So you just, you can even ask an usher if you don't see it, but just right behind the building, just inside the building, but right behind, just take your left and you'll be able to see the washrooms. All right, okay. At this moment, before I invite Mr. Msingu Laban, who is going to take us through our technical session, I'm going to invite our regulators. We have our regulators in the building, and we cannot have a conversation like this without hearing from our regulators, okay? And our regulators are none other than NEMA. None so? Right, so we're going to just hear from our Senior Environment Assessment Officer, and that is Anita Ainomojisha, who is coming from NEMA to just talk to us briefly about, what NEMA is doing in line with this, and also how we can, learn from them. All right, so at this moment, she's going to use basically 5 minutes to just talk to us, greet us, but also, represent the entire regulation organization. So at this moment, let's put it together for Anita Ainomojisha. You're most welcome.
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. I think I was already introduced, but I'll introduce myself. My name is Anita Ainomgisha. I'm a Senior Environment Assessment Officer at NEMA, National Environment Management Authority. And I bring you greetings from everyone there. And it's an honor to take part in this Green Symposium, and thank you for inviting us. We know that Uganda's economy generally is built on the wealth of our natural capital, our forests, our wetlands, our rivers, generally our rich biodiversity. So these resources sustain our livelihood, that they provide energy, they feed our industries, and they safeguard our resilience to climate change, which we know now is one of the biggest environmental challenges that we are faced with today. Our natural capital, though, as we know, and from the news and different media that we keep reading, is faced with increasing pressure, especially from our own activities as humans. Land degradation, we have pollution, and the effects generally of climate variability. So therefore we have to safeguard our development. We must urgently invest in sustainable solutions. So this is where green financing becomes a game changer. With green finance, it's not only about mobilizing the resources for conservation, but it's also about redirecting capital towards enterprises and innovations that will deliver environmental, social, and economic benefits. So all money that is invested in this is supposed to ensure that there is security for both prosperity of development as well as sustainable, a win-win, whereby the environment can coexist with development. And so today's theme is really important. Green finance must intentionally empower youth and women, who are our biggest groups in Uganda here. So we know from the census of 2024, census put it at 72.3% of Uganda's population is below 30. Who are some, I think, in this room? You were telling me that you are talking about the age difference. So you are the ones that are beaming with ideas, with energy, with creativity to drive green innovation. My colleague from MOFPED here shared an experience of a young man. So that's where the zeal is. Women, on the other hand, are the backbone of natural resources management at household and community levels. We have our voices, and our leadership is key in shaping solutions that work. I believe many of you were already born when the Minister of State, the current Minister of State for Environment, Ms. Beatrice Anywa, got the nickname Mama Babira. Were you born? Yeah. So you know where that stemmed from. Her campaign to save the forest. So that's the critical role that women play in conservation. So these two groups of people have to be supported so that we multiply impact in renewable energy, we sustain agriculture, and ensure sustainability. So at NEMA, we play a crucial role in addressing climate change in Uganda, and some of the key aspects that we work on in terms of environment, climate change include developing regulatory frameworks to guide industries and communities towards sustainable practices, as well as contributing to the overall climate change mitigation strategy. So the authority also engages in capacity building initiatives to enhance understanding and capabilities of stakeholders involved in climate change mitigation and adaptation. And I'm hoping that you're very tech savvy, given this is Gen Z. Is this Gen Z? Or, so you're always on your gadgets, you tweet, you see. So when you're in your media, you can see all these engagements that NEMA is undertaking, because we are always broadcast our activities and our involvement in this engagements on our Twitter and all our major pages. So some of the notable initiatives that have been handled by the authority also include, among others, restoration of wetlands. You're able to also see all these coverages. They're always on the news, in the media. And we have intensified the restoration of wetlands such as Nachinja wetland, Lubiji. I'm sure you have all this information. This is to enhance biodiversity and ensure that there is sustainable use of land. NEMA is also involved in climate smart agriculture. We support farmers, especially women, in adopting climate smart agriculture practices, such as tree planting, rainwater harvesting. And if you were very keen or followed and recently concluded National Environment, World Environment Day celebrations, which were conducted in Kabale, there was a lot of these activities. Involved schools, involved the local governments, the municipalities, and there was activity that was ongoing to plant trees and support the youth in that aspect. Thirdly, we have community engagements. We engage the local communities in wetland restoration activities and sensitize them generally on environmental management practices. So NEMA plays a regulatory role to supervise and monitor the enforcement of environmental laws and the regulations that are related to climate change, adaptation, and mitigation measures. So, like I've shared, the authority works closely with governments, ministries, with departments, with agencies and the local communities, as well as also non-government organizations. And this is to ensure that all activities related to climate change or the challenges are coordinated and supervised. So NEMA's work in climate change is aligned with a broader mandate of promoting sustainable development and a wise use of natural resources, and the authorities' efforts aim to contribute to Uganda's national development goals and the international commitments, including the SDGs. I hope our group here knows that the SDGs, how many there are. It's your homework to go back and see which ones are allied to climate change and the environment generally. So at NEMA, we basically see our role in threefold. First is to provide policy and regulatory guidance so that green financing aligns with Ugandans' environmental and climate commitments. Second, to build capacity of the youth and women groups, to support them in designing bankable projects that have been mentioned here, to meet compliance standards, and also attract funding for their different projects. Thirdly, is to serve as a bridge builder. We link financial institutions with our communities and innovators and ensure that there's accountability. But now this is not a journey for NEMA alone. NEMA to regulate and be able to perform its functions needs to work with the rest of you, with the women, with the youth, with other entities, so that we ensure that there is Uganda's green future. Because once we play your role, then we were able to play ours as well. So as I close, I reaffirm NEMA's commitment to support and to guide and monitor efforts that ensure green finance works for both the people and the environment. Thank you.
Another round of applause for Anita, for our regulators, yeah? All right. Oh, God help us. We are really behind schedule, aren't we? It's, I can see it's already 23 minutes past midday. What I'm going to do, we're now getting into the technical session where we're going to have Mr. Laban Musinguzi talk to us. But, Mr. Laban, I'm going to say this publicly so that, you know, I can have you on the notice. But then 10 minutes, Mr. Laban, what do you think? 10 minutes so that, you know, we are able to have another panel discussion. So, of course, we're going to talk about carbon, from carbon to cash flow. Yeah, he's going to talk to us how do we make this carbon conversation that we are having, how can it be a lifeline for our communities, how can it be a lifeline for the young people. So at this moment, without wasting any more time, please join me and let's welcome Mr. Laban Musinguzi, who is the Regional Director at Grow Foundation. Thank you.
We shall figure it out, don't worry. Yeah, so Musinguzi Laban Joshua are my names. I don't know how I'll talk about an $800 billion business in 10 minutes, but I hope I will be able to do so. Yeah? So, I'm Regional Director with Grow Foundation. Grow Foundation being greenhouse gas reforestation offsets. Okay? So greenhouse gas as one word, reforestation as another, then offsets as another. So those are three words. And we are a social enterprise that alleviates poverty through unlocking climate finance at grassroots levels. So what do we mean by unlocking climate finance? There are very many mechanisms that you will need to use to unlock climate finance. You've had the whole conversations on green bonds, you've had conversations on sustainability-linked bonds, and you have had conversations on carbon certificates. So my focus today will be on how you turn carbon into cash flow. So there is a guide to the carbon markets and the trading conversation that our colleagues here, most of you are able to talk about. Now I want you to have three figures on the back of your mind or where you're writing, anywhere. You have 1.5%. Note it down somewhere, 1.5%. Then we are going to have $800 billion. $800 billion. Then you're going to have 500 billion US dollars. Three figures, right? I'll keep referring to those figures. Now, 1.5% of the global investments come to Africa. Okay? I'm talking about investment. I'm not talking about charity, grant, or whatever it is, but investment. 1.5%. So I don't know how much Uganda then will attract on the 1.5%. But we have bigger economies like Nigeria. We have bigger economies like Ethiopia, whatever it is that you can think. But we are all competing for the 1.5%. Now, if you're waiting for grant and help, I think you need to move out of this room and go elsewhere. Because help is not what? It's not coming. So it is us as young people, as young businessmen, as young entrepreneurs, to create a product for the global markets. And now, the products for global markets you can't create a product based on, I am a friend to Patricia, I'm a friend to Teddy, I'm a friend to Professor XYZ, because that's how we have been doing business in Uganda. Even when you're going to get the minimum service, probably as a helper at home, you have to call. The ladies here can justify that. When you're looking for a helper at home, before you call them maids or house helps or whatever it is, you have to call someone. I have an auntie. You must have a connection to have something done in Uganda, right? You must have Gambanogu. You must have someone somewhere to have something to work. But this doesn't work on the global markets. Now, that is what we call carbon certificates. There is no shortcut. So you must have compliance. We're talking about monitoring, reporting, and verification. So we are here as a generation whose dreams are stolen. That one we understand, 100%. You have your dream, but at the end of the day, it is. And I hope we are together. Because you have written very many concept notes. But they never come into actualization. So you are a generation whose dreams are what? And feel free to always accept that the dreams are what? So I'm going to go into this understanding of the markets. So we have what you call the Paris Agreement. The Paris Agreement is those who subscribe to the United Nations, and Uganda is part of those United Nations. There's what you call the United Nations Framework on Climate Change, right? The UNFCCC. Now there is an Article 6 there that guides governments or guides these carbon markets. Now there's Article 6.1, 6.2, 6.3, too many things there. Yeah? But just understand that government must or will participate in these markets. So you will look at what do you look at as a voluntary carbon market or the clean development mechanism. Our colleague here was asking, how do you then actualize these conversations? You must first of all know where the marketplace is. If you want to have your conversations with government, so it means you must go through the clean development mechanism, where you will go through and your projects or your certificates will be, then you work with the Ministry of Water and Environment, in this case, in Uganda. There is a process through which you go through, register your project right from project design and development. Probably some people call it PDD. It takes about 6 to 8 months to design your project. And we talk about projects, doesn't mean that it's just a small concept note. You have, if in this case you're talking about afforestation or trees, so it's called carbon certificates, it's just a matter of 1 ton of carbon vis-a-vis 1 certificate. Okay? Now carbon is just one of the greenhouse gas emissions. But we have methane, we have water vapor. Carbon is just one. Are we together? Carbon is not the only one, but there are very many greenhouse gas emissions. So if you are talking about a carbon certificate, or a credit in this case, those are two different things though, but just take it as if it is one thing, but technically they are two different, because a credit is, you know, a debt somewhere, someone is paying for something, but it's, at the end of the day, it's a certificate. So 1 certificate is equivalent to 1 ton of carbon. But then how do you measure that 1 ton of carbon? Some people do it through trees. Some people choose to do other areas where they can get the emissions. And I want us to do an exercise together. I want you to breathe in. I'm not seeing you breathing in. Somehow your chest must do something. Breathe in and out. Breathe in again and out. Now, for you, you're breathing in, oxygen. You're breathing out. If you look out of the window there, there's a tree, right? The tree does the same, but in the opposite. It gives you oxygen and takes in. Are we together? So trees are also one of the most important aspects on carbon. So what am I talking about then? You just look at the trading and the monetization. If this is a financial instrument, it must be backed by tangible projects. In this case, I'll give a scenario. We are working, let's say, with the Buganda Kingdom, because they are the ones who are here, or maybe any other organization which was here. They have planted very many trees. So they must have a mechanism where they are measuring the carbon that those trees are what? There's that long word. I don't like saying it. See, eh? Aha, this class is serious. Eh? So you must understand how many tons of carbon are there that you're operating on. So it's a product. Let us not look at it as air. It is a product. But a certificate, yeah, I see you. It's a product. The moment you forget that it's a product and you think it is just something that is not seen, in the commercial sense, it is a product which you are creating. So you must back it with tangible projects in this case. Now, how do you then turn it into a bankable project or an asset? Some of us have been dealing in carbon certificates for a while. In the European Union, there's what you call a carbon tax. I think recently the Ministry of Finance launched the National Green Taxonomy, where you were asking these conversations. I think we need to, from this meeting, you need to share the link where these things are online. Go to the Ministry of Finance website. You will see all those strategies. In the European Union, companies like Lufthansa, Siemens, all these big boys you talk about and see, they are mandated, for us we call it here what, CSR, to give back, okay? But they don't see any value in giving back anymore. So now they are calling it social investment. You must invest in the community to expect a return. Meaning sustainability is making sense now. For you to be able to be a sustainable business, you must give back to your clients or to your customers. Those who enjoy the night economy, I know we are young people here, so some of you enjoy the night economy. There is a drink in the night economy called apple cider. Hello? Apple what? There is a product that is used to get that apple cider. Probably apple concentrate. Do you know we grow apples in Uganda? We grow some apples in Uganda. But 98% of the apples on the market are imported. So if you are then going to conversate around that value chain, the ecosystem of apple cider, then you must be an apple farmer. Because the concentrate comes from the apples as a fruit. We are looking at afforestation projects, for example. We're looking at food security projects in this case. We're looking at water security projects. The solar projects we're talking about. All these are projects that can be tangible and made to back your carbon certificate. So they are validators, they are verifiers, they are project developers. Like any ecosystem, you must belong somewhere. All of us, when we walk into the door of our homes, you just don't begin from the bedroom. You don't say, I'm walking into this door and I'm entering there. There is a process through which you're going to go through to be able to enter your bed. You have opened your door, probably you're going to go through the sitting room or the living room. But I know some of us may not have all those 3 bedrooms or we have that small room of ours. But before you enter that 3 by 1 bed, you go through a process. Yeah, because we do not have the chance to have the 6 by 6. Yeah, we need to understand that some people don't have a 6 by what? A 3 by 1 is enough. I don't know if it is there, or a 1 by 3. But you go through a process through which you are going to rest. So there is a project developer in this case who will not be the buyer, but will develop the project. And those project developers are also still verified, or they are registered somewhere. You must be certified. We need to understand that these carbon markets are very highly regulated markets. You're not going to do any counterfeit. And you think you're going to do, that's what they call greenwashing. We are used to, I know someone who does it cheaper. Manya chikola kuchi, bei ya wansi. In these markets, it's not there. Okay? It must be under a regulation, under a standard. That's why there's that Article 6. Now, for example, Article 6.2 or 6.1 will give governments conversations. Just last year, Germany paid, I think, about $5 billion for some I don't know whose fault is this. Very, very nice phone for someone here. I left it here. It's ringing. Yeah. It's this. Now those are 2 minutes more. I need to add on my. Germany alone paid $5 billion to China for carbon certificates. And guess what? After 6 months down the road, they were fake. How so? Thank you. They said they are going to do a project in the seabed. To create, Chinese have reached a point whereby they are even getting, before you know it, and this business is moving so fast, before you know it, there are going to be water credits. There are going to be green credits. So in the sea, there are fossils, there's whatever it is. So they are maintaining and conserving life under That's also an SDG somewhere. Hello? Are we together? Am I moving so fast? They gave me 10 minutes. I have so much to tell you, but I only have 10 minutes. So, the compliancy was that the seaweed should not grow. Okay? Then the validators came after 6 months and found sea. What does that mean? No business. All the credits, all the certificates are null, and $5 billion of German taxpayers' money was just like that. Okay? So this is a highly regulated market. If you say there are trees, we are not going to look for trees under trees. If you have been given money from an organization to plant trees and you have reported 1,000 trees, NFA is there, it can tell us, and also NEMA is also there. Sometimes they go to look for these things. You start looking for trees under, but we planted here, but it's not there. Okay? So this is what shows you that this is the type of market you're dealing with is a market that is not, it's not, I know someone who does it, what? So from the project development, you have designed your project, you have developed your project, you then have to either register this project, either with the local government, the local, in this case Uganda, the host country, where you get a host country letter, or attestation. I'm a Muchiga man, so some of these things. Yeah? But you must have a local country letter that approves your project to be a carbon project. Now in this case, that is under Ministry of Water and Environment, if you want to deal with the clean development mechanism. But even before you receive that money, or before you make your business, Patricia will come in and ask you, where is this money coming from? Is it coming from a foreign investor, a local investor? Where is it? They have told you here they have been mobilizing money. We have seen the figures. And colleagues, it's true. The money is there. Colleagues, the money is what? And it is coming. So, the 500 billion you're talking about, the whatever it is, that market, it is not a bubble market. 10 years ago when we were having these conversations, people thought it was a bubble market. Now it's real. Why? Because those people there do not have the space for planting trees. They don't have the space to do what it is that they can now do. There's too much industrialization that has happened and has moved so fast. I remember in COP last year we were having conversations, I think in one of the negotiation rooms, where they said, phase out fossil fuels. Now for us, we have just, we are just beginning our oil journey. It's like giving me, this is a very nice mansion. I just look at it there, you can't enter, I have the key. Okay? Phase out or phase down. People who know English, I leave it out to you, but I know it brought a very big conversation. Phasing out and phasing. By the time they're saying they want to phase out fossil fuels, it means that they have depleted certain earth, I don't know how you will call it, but you know what it means by getting oil. Too much burning happens. So there's too much that the pollution goes out there. I think that the 9th board of NEMA is on the journey right now at the Albertine region, trying to study those, what is happening in the Kingfisher programs and whatever. That is what we're trying to do. How do you sustainably live with your environment? At the same time doing your business, but you're not. That's why they will tell you 80% of the proceeds you get from the carbon sales, you must reinvest it back into the community. Hello? So you can reinvest through, I'm going to try to summarize in the next 3 minutes. I am trying to time myself, but I don't know if there will be a session of question and answer, because trust me, this is too much information. But I'll be around. I decided to give this activity a day. Yeah? So those who want to really engage, I don't want us to waste time. I'll be around for lunch. I shall have side meetings. So, 80% of the proceedings must go back into. Those are some of the conditions. So for us as Grow Foundation, what we do the Fantastic Four. The Fantastic what? Come on. Fantastic what? So we have food security, water security, education and skilling, and green jobs. So in the food security that we have, we do the agroforestry and food security program. Here we have chosen high value, agricultural high value chains. House of avocado, macadamia, cashew, apples, cocoa, all that. So we work with farmers to make sure that we give them seedlings at a subsidized price to be able to protect our natural resources or the forest, central forest reserves. We do social impact. We have impact zones. We are working for Chida what? Chida chonka, for the stomach. So you can't protect a tree. Ted, you likes trees. You can't protect a tree if Johnson is hungry. They will cut it down for charcoal. And you must give them an alternative. If it is charcoal that they are having, if you're telling them not to cut down, you must give them an what? An alternative. That's why you are hearing the clean cooking, the whatever it is. So for example, you have kitchens. Some people run kitchens and furnaces. She will tell you, Nema. Some industries run furnaces of 1,000 degrees Celsius. Do you know what it means by running a furnace of 1,000 degrees Celsius? You must be cutting down a lot of wood. But what have you done towards making sure that that wood that you're cutting, that you're burning? That's why NFA has given you chance to have plantation forests, central forest reserves. Are you understanding this whole thing? So your certificate must be backed. Oh my God, I have a lot to talk about. But in conclusion, yeah, this is not a hoax. It is there, and people are earning money. Okay? Develop your projects. We are here. I know there are very many companies around that help you. They can do carbon accounting. They can do. This has even happened in the finance. Those who understand the financing sector. These days, even banks are now obliged to give green loans. But what makes it a green loan is what it is. Yeah, I know you're shaking your head. And we're making sure that they say if it's a green loan, what is it that is in a green loan? What are the incentives even that they should put for you to be able to come and get that green what? Guys, allow me. I need to close. So I hope that this center that we are launching, or that we're talking about today, will be able to bring out carbon, the project developers, validators, verifiers, and even be able to link the guys who buy the credits or who are in the market to come and say, if it is, for example, MTN Uganda, can it come and buy certified carbon certificates from, let's say, the center of X, whatever it is. Customer A must sell. There's nothing for free. Create a product and sell. If you're waiting for help, it will not come. Lastly, I want us to stand up. Please. You know I'm down with the microphone, so now I command. So, we are going to do three things. You're going to touch your head. Touch your head. So everything you do, you must think about it. Okay? Think, touch your head. Think about it, okay? Then touch your heart. Your heart is where? Some of you are touching. Where is your heart? On the left or on the right? Aha! Some of you wonder. So, before you do something, you must feel it. Try to. You must think about it, and then you can act. We do it again. Now you have understood. When you're going to do something, what do you do? After? And? For God and my country.
All right, can we clap for Laban one more time? Quite a lot to learn from him. There is still more that he wanted to talk to us about, but because of time, he couldn't be able, but he's around, he's available. He's a very busy man, but he has dedicated his time to be here with us. So utilize him. Yeah, utilize him. Ask all questions. Get his number, and then maybe, you never know, you could you could be more familiar with these carbon market conversations in the future. All right. Wow. It is 10 minutes to 1 p.m. now, and we have another panel. Can you imagine? You see, that's what I was talking about. Now we have another panel. So what we have decided to do is definitely have this panel, but it's going to be very limited. Yeah, very limited. Even comes the question and answer session, we shall have like 2 questions maybe. All right, very limited time. I'm going to be very strict with them. Why? Because I want at least 10 minutes past 1 we should be done with it. Yeah. All right. The second panel session is just going to talk to us about linking. How do we link the climate finance? And also, how do we make sure that this climate finance reaches us as young people? How do we make sure that this climate finance reaches the communities that we're talking about? So at this particular moment, allow me make a few invitations for the panelists. One, we have Mr. Rakesh. Is Mr. Rakesh here? Yes, from Teravas. You're going to tell me how you pronounce that? Yeah, Teravas. Perfect. Thank you so much for coming. We have Niona from Regenerate Africa. Yes, great. Please join our panel. Mr. Anthony, is Mr. Anthony around? Still trying to make sure. I don't know. I hadn't seen him. But if he's around, it would be amazing, because he's from Climate Action Network. Perfect. He's here. He's called Anthony Wolimbwa, and he's the national coordinator at CAN. Okay, very much delighted to have you. And then lastly, we have Charikunda Bridget. Now, Charikunda Bridget is a special one. Why? Because for her, she is the Miss Climate, right? Miss Climate Change, right? She was one of the contestants, of course, for Miss Climate Green Innovation Uganda. So for her, she's even making sure that even things to do with beauty and everything, they are so related with climate. Yeah. So wow, it's very interesting. And then of course, this panel discussion will be moderated by a representative from Gayo, and that is none other than Babire Jemima. Is she here? Yes. And for her, she's a team lead at Youth Climate Council, but also she is one of the key administrators at Gayo. She will be moderating this discussion. And I think the structure that we're going to use for this very panel discussion is that one question for each panelist. Yeah, they will answer the question, and then after that one question, we give the audience room to ask them anything, and then we close. We are going to use strictly 15 minutes. I will be counting because I know it's already afternoon hours. Thank you. Over to you, Jemima.
Thank you, Clinton. Ladies and gentlemen, money has come. Our panel is specifically to link climate finance to youth, resilient communities, energy transition, and green innovations. We are privileged to have a panel of people from the civil society, climate activists, private sectors, and gender, health, and climate advocates. Allow me, due to time, go straight ahead. Once again, my name is Jemima Babidia Kasibo, and I coordinate the Youth Climate Council of Uganda. I was introduced as Green Africa Youth Organization, but no, Green Africa Youth Organization just supports the Youth Climate Council. So to start, I'll start with our climate advocate and also Miss Climate Change, Miss Bridget. You're most welcome to this glorious afternoon. So you have worked within the climate space for quite some time, and you've interacted with very many projects that were in need of climate finance. However, climate finance is often viewed as complex and inaccessible to different communities, even such that you represent at Green Innovation Uganda, right? So from your perspective, what is the biggest gap preventing youth and grassroots actors from benefiting from the available climate finance opportunities?
Right, thank you, Jemima. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. As introduced, my name is Charikunda Bridget. I am the Miss Climate Green Innovation 2025-2026. I've been in this space for quite some time, but for purposes of time, I will not speak a lot. And one of the biggest gaps I've seen is limited awareness on the knowledge of where do we get the funding from and how are we eligible to benefit from the funding, but also our capacity to tap into some of these funding opportunities. You realize there is a certain criteria eligibility that you have to meet some of these funding opportunities, but we have limited capacity as youth. And then lastly is on connection. I know the previous speaker talked to that, but I'll still move a different direction from what he said. You realize you must have a strong network around you to benefit from some of the funding opportunities. That doesn't mean you cannot do anything, but with a stronger network around yourself, you're able to know the funding opportunities, maybe the sub-grants that you can be able to leverage on. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Bridget. She mentioned something quite critical, making yourself aware of what is already currently available. And I think from all the different sessions that have been happening, there have literally been capacity building sessions. So if I were you, I would have taken down a word or two, right? Now, in the climate space, we are championed by civil society organizations. And we are privileged that we have Mr. Anthony, who represents Climate Action Network. Now, Mr. Anthony, you have been directly involved in shaping Uganda's national climate finance strategies, right? I want to ask something. How can young people and community-based organizations practically influence such frameworks to ensure resources reach the grassroots? Because I think one of the, when in the previous panel, one of the questions given was, how can we reach the grassroots?
Yeah, thanks so much, moderator. Well, that's a very interesting question, and I'll pick from the experience of our work on climate, or to be specific, adaptation finance tracking. Of course, it's very difficult to see climate finance move from the international level to the grassroots. One way that we were doing to ensure that happens was to do what's called tracking, because we track this money from the source to the users. So as civil society, as interested actors, you need to learn the skills of tracking this money. More recently, the government, or to be specific, the Ministry of Finance has introduced what's called the climate budget tagging. That applies to sectors or departments. You are required, there's a circular which requires you to plan, budget, implement, and report on climate-related actions. So that's very important. But for civil society, how you interact, you mean now to ensure that this happens, make sure that you track this man and see that your community is, benefiting. Then of course do the advocacy work to make sure that you share a piece of the cake, because there are many competing priorities for the government, or for all of us actually. So if you don't show up, nothing will happen. So let's be present, let's showcase what we are doing, work with the very bottom. In this case, I think nowadays they are promoting the parish kind of planning model. You've seen even the PDM and things like that. So make sure that you work at that level, get noticed, get your things moving up. Yeah. So there's a lot, but that's what I can comment for now.
Thank you so much, Mr. Anthony. I think just to re-echo one key thing, as youths and as people that are coming into the space where you have to do research, project implementation, always prioritize evaluation and monitoring. Reason being is that monitoring and evaluation you do can make your second project. So be compliant and follow the rules if you want to be included, right? It's on that same note that I want to introduce CEO. Did you hear that? Yes. CEO Teraverse Solutions. Mr. Rakesh, representing the private sector, I want to ask a key question about private sector and also public sector partnerships, especially when it comes to climate change, climate finance getting. How can partnerships between corporates, governments, and youth organizations be designed to scale community-centered, renewable energy and resilient projects?
Thank you, moderator. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Once again, I am Rakesh, representing Teraverse. The question is how to map these three stakeholders. First of all, we have to understand the need of the hour. So need of the hour is to create a project which is green in nature, and our previous speaker have already talked about what is green projects. Government have the policy as well. Corporates is ready to, and their willingness they are willing to support the developing partners for those projects. But for developing partners, the gap and what we are looking right now in Uganda specifically is the young youth like us. We always thought of going for a big thing, like millions of dollars or maybe $100,000 projects and all. My friends, the project starts with 20 million also. The previous speaker has talked about one of the project which mold the iron and the tin leads, the waste things and making the products. So being a youth, we need to first tap a very small scale projects which benefits to the community, which impact to the community. So when you pitch those projects as a project when you're developing a projects, you have to pitch more about the impact. What impact your project is giving to the community, to the society, especially for young and women generation of this country, because they are most vulnerable and they has to be benefited for the growth of the country. So when you go with those projects, you keep in mind that my projects should impact based projects, not the value things, not like the numbers talked about the USD, or it's not all about getting approval, it's not about getting fancy proposal and all. If your proposal doesn't speak about impact, they are not going to give and they are not going to support. So the only thing is your project should be impactful. Then government has a policy. We talked about green taxonomy, we talked about Climate Finance Act from Ministry of Finance. So they have the policy, money is there. $800 billion market is in Africa, this carbon credits. And in Uganda, if I'm not wrong, it is by 2030, I think $9 billion. It's a projected market for carbon credits or the green related project. So money is there, corporates are there to willing you to pay, the funders are there, but the only thing is the project should be impactful. So if we go for impactful projects, if we make a projects, then I think these three stakeholders can come together and support the youth. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Yes, I think to re-echo one thing, he says the projects should be impactful and directly benefiting the communities. Start small. You do not need to concentrate on how big the number can be. As long as it's impactful, it will receive audience. It's on that note that I want to call on Madame Nyona. Right? I mentioned that right? Yes. So Madame Nyona is a thematic lead at Regenerate Africa, and she's at the intersection of gender, health, and climate advocacy, right? So working at this intersection of gender, health, and climate. How can climate finance frameworks be designed to better integrate a gender-responsive approach that can empower young women?
Thank you so much for the question. In regards to young women being able to access climate finance, I think it is imperative, as young people, as we are developing these proposals, either going to government to tap into, climate finance mechanisms, or going to private sector entities to tap into domestic financing. It's important that as we are developing these proposals that we do what they call gender analysis at that point of development, because majority of the times we do what they call tokenism, where we just say this project was sort of designed in consultation with women. They were consulted, or in the meetings we had, 50% of that was made of women. So there is that kind of tokenism that we face as women and young people, that they just sort of want to ensure that they've included us, but without taking our views on board.
Mm-hmm.
So it's important that as we are designing these projects, we do that kind of analysis. What do the women want? What do the young women want? What do the young people want at that stage as we are writing these proposals, so that we are able to fully capture their views? Because sometimes, as maybe CSOs or as young people that are starting out, we write proposals well on our desks without consulting the communities. We write based on what we think is going to be right for them. So it's important for us to take that time, do that work, invest in the resources that will help you get the right views from the community, from the young women that you want to impact. But also, once you've gotten this big project, for instance, how do you make sure that they are still represented?
Yeah.
We have that has a lot to do with transparency while you're implementing your projects, Don't just call them for the meetings. Capture their views, capture, their gaps, and reflect how you're addressing those gaps as well. So transparency in reporting is also very, very, very important, because that shows that a report, you can definitely read a report that has been written by someone, and you can tell that this person has just included women or youth, or this person has actually worked with them. You can be able to notice based on how it is written and how their views are actually captured. So at the design process, it's important for us to include them, and not only include them, but also make sure that they are heard and their views are reflected. But also, as we are reporting, it's also important to report on their views as well, because that will help us better understand and capture these dynamics, because these groups are already vulnerable, even without climate change. So climate change adds more to those vulnerabilities and inequalities. So it's important to capture those issues. Yeah.
Thank you so much, Madam Nyona. It's on this time that I want to call for only one question due to time. Yes, please.
Thank you. I think my question goes to our CEO. My question goes, I understand doing some people already. The question is, you see, beyond bachelor's degree, that's when we build capacity, which is more specific. I'm asking, for example, at your organization, are you offering scholarships or sponsorships for maybe part of your workers to pursue higher studies that indeed can look into climate change?
Thank you for the question. We Terraverse can connect you to the big organization for scholarship and for higher education on climate change. But we Terraverse, primarily we do service on the design of the projects. When you go for any carbon credit projects or any green projects, then we help you to go through the designing, measurement, validations, and then we can tap you to the customer as well. So that.
Thank you so much. I am Pius Chambade. My question goes to Mr. Anthony. Many thanks indeed to the panel, but my question goes to Mr. Anthony. Mr. Anthony, as we look at our country, Uganda, we have so many industries that we look forth to. So kindly, can you help us outline the key sectors as we look to lobby for the kind of climate finance that we want. Also, you did talk about quantitative methods and tools such as the tracker, tagging, and reports. Kindly also highlight and expound on other quantitative tools as well as strategies that can help us as the youth and women today as we convene to fight against climate change. Much obliged. Thank you so much.
The first question, maybe you need to clarify. You weren't clear on the first question.
What key sectors or industries are we looking at as we try to lobby for climate finance? Then the other is about the quantitative tools that you highlighted. You can kindly explore, and also what strategies, as today the youth and women we convene here today, what strategies can we use to fight against climate change? Thank you so much.
Yeah, thanks so much. Of course, the number of industries, I won't finish, but we have the energy sector, for example. You have entities that are manufacturing things like solar, okay? Those creating green jobs. We have entities that are in agro-processing, but utilizing renewables, a number of them. Ideally, what he's saying is how the industries that are helping us to transition to what's called the low carbon future. Eh? Yeah, so you have quite a number of them, but the ones that you see, my colleagues will come in at some point. There are those that are involved in producing commodities that help to, reduce the emissions or avoid them. Eh? Those kind of industries. Even those in forestry, by the way, some of them. But you asked the question on the tracking, the quantitative methods. I think these are the most used, like for tracking finance. We use what's called the OECD RIO markers. Eh? Have you heard about RIO markers? So if you are tracking like climate-related finance in the budget, they give a criteria ranging from 0 to 2. 0 meaning that this particular project, doesn't have an objective to do with climate change. Eh? Then there's one what's called a principal objective, that your project is solely designed to address climate change. Then you have a score of 2, that where you have an objective, your project was not necessarily designed to address climate change, but there is an objective, maybe an adaptation objective or a mitigation objective to deal with climate change. So people who do budget monitoring, I am not an economist, me, I'm a climate scientist, but I also do some work on tracking. But these are the methods that we use for knowing how much climate finance flows have come in. On the budget one, I don't know whether Patricia is in here, but now the government of Uganda has budget codes. There's a code 098 and code 099. Now, those codes, if you see them in the budget document, one applies to adaptation, one applies to mitigation. So you can simply run using an Excel. If you guys know how to run Excel or R or things like that, you just run that code, you know, instantly you know how much money your budget has planned for adaptation or mitigation, or the total amount of money flowing for climate change. You get it? So those are the I mean, like for at budget level, they use that the budget tagging. So each is given a code, and now they've been able to quantify. I think starting like 2-3 years back, they had like pilot of 3 or 4 sectors, but now it's a requirement for all sectors to budget. Of course, the challenge we have is that the level of knowledge and skill within these sectors is still very low. So there's a bit of a challenge, and that needs to be improved. And that's an opportunity, actually. Wherever you see a challenge, that's an opportunity for you to go and learn. Like some of you are taking on climate-related courses, or those who are doing environmental economics. Those are some of the areas where now you need to put a lot of skills, because we need to build a lot of capacity at all levels, government, civil society, and all levels of society. Yeah, I think we don't have time.
Thank you. Yes, we don't have time. Just another hand of applause for the panel. I think as our panel comes to a close, I will still take this opportunity so that I don't have to take up any more time to disseminate our national youth and student statement so that I'm not called back. Thank you. Between the months of May, June, July, the youth of Uganda under the Youth Climate Council, an umbrella body that is working hand in hand with the National Youth Council, the Ministry of Water and Environment, and is being supported by Green Africa Youth Organization, handled a series of trainings and as well as consultations around Uganda. We had 5 consultations across Uganda where we created the National Youth Statement for Uganda 2025 on climate change. In this National Youth, and I think some of you were in position to take part in some of the trainings, and under the local conference of the youth, the local conference of the youth trainings that happened in the month of July. This booklet is findings from all those trainings. Due to time, I'll not go deep into them, but if you want a copy, please, you can reach out to me. The gentleman taking my picture can also support in disseminating this information to you. But as I go, I would like to highlight a few things. From the findings and from the consultations we did across Uganda, one thing is for sure. The youth of Uganda are already taking the right steps in achieving climate justice. And this has been done through different things such as green businesses, in renewable energy, sustainable agriculture, waste recycling, ecotourism, to say more. But there is still a huge gap that needs to be fulfilled, and that is climate finance education. I thank Mr. Roderick because I think one of the people that he supported in creation of this document as well. And he has supported, he invited me for this, and I actually applauded him for it, because when we were carrying out these trainings in the different regions of Uganda, we were in Nebi, we were in Changwali, we were in Kasese, you notice that some of these words, the likes of NDCs, climate finance, carbon markets, they are new to the grassroots people. And it's high time we clean that up. It's high time we rectify it. And that is through capacity building. And I think as Mr. Mugaga mentioned, one of their mandates is capacity building. Through this, we as the Youth Climate Council urge or pledge ourselves to create different platforms that shall carry out trainings. Currently, I believe from the trainings that happened in July, the Ministry of Water and Environment is currently carrying out different trainings for youth negotiators. And if you would like to take part as well, you can reach out to Roderick. So, as the youth of Uganda, one of the key things we wanted specifically for climate finance is creation of a dedicated youth climate finance mechanism. Youth climate finance mechanism. And I specifically indicate or identify the word targeted. Because we do understand that different climate finance, should I say funds, are coming up, but we need them to be targeted for youth so that they're easily accessible, easy to understand, and easy to send out to different youths. But as youths, this is also a call to action. If you want to be part of the change, if you want to actually be heard, having the guts to do it is one thing. Having the voice to say what you want to say, the English to speak is one thing. You must have the knowledge. So, make yourself accountable enough to research as much as possible. The knowledge is there. Honestly, it is. It may not be easy to understand as per se already, but you are technology-wise. You can do that. If you want to disseminate it to your local languages, you can do that. So, we want to hold ourselves as well as you accountable. Climate change is already happening. Climate action is what you're doing, but you need to put in more energy. So, thank you so much for listening to me and for listening to our panel. I remain Jemima Kasibo, and if you want to join us, please reach out. We are more than willing to have you. Thank you so much.
Jemima, please stay. Okay, my dear panelists, there are some cardboards that are right in front of you, yeah? So you're going to pick one of your favorite, of your choice, just hold it, and then we're going to have a group photo together, right? Great. Jemima, you want to join the photo? Great, please join the photo. All right, Roderick is here. Please, you will be joining the photo. Who else? Oh yes, I can see Madame Teddy is also still here. Madame Teddy, please join in this photo as well. Yes, is there a cardboard for Madame Teddy to hold? She's also going to hold. You would give her life on land. Oh wait, one with trees. One. Okay, great. Yes, you just hold one, and then we're going to have a group photo together. As we come to the end of our symposium.
The colors on the surface, it goes beyond the land that I have trodden. It goes before me everywhere I go. It's in the way I live and walk and talk. It's the spirit of a nation. It is living in me. It's the voice of a power in me, and now I hear it call to me.
All right, thank you so much, our dear panelists. We appreciate you for your time and sharing wonderful ideas. Jemima has encouraged young people to join the council, the Youth Climate Council. You want to join the Youth Climate Council, please be keen to talk to Jemima. She will give you all the details on how you can join the council. Thank you so much, Jemima, for being our wonderful moderator. Thank you so much for the panelists that have shared with us ideas. Now, as we wind up, we are coming to the last item. Now we're going to the last item, and of course, this is a historical moment because today we officially launch Kyambogo University Center of Excellence for Climate Finance. Can we clap for that? Yes. Doctor is still here. Doctor, please, thank you so much. On behalf of Kyambogo University, for ensuring that we have a center like this that can help us to provide mentorship, but also design support and access to carbon market opportunities. This Center of Excellence, I'm very excited. What I don't know is where it's going to be, but of course there is someone who's going to give us more details about that. Okay, so to share more about the Center of Excellence at Kyambogo University, allow me invite the founder of BRICS Climate and Environmental Hub,
that is none other than Roderick Muhumuzi. Please, can we clap for him? He's going to talk to us about the Center of Excellence. Where do we expect it to be? Where is it, going to be, and how do we access it? Yeah. So he's going to talk to us, and after that, he's going to conclude this very symposium with closing remarks, of course, and then we can go for lunch. Now, just to give maybe instructions about lunch, before we go. Now, when it comes to lunch, I've been advised, that the first 2 rows, the first 2 rows, where our guests have been sitting, our guests, you're going to be directed to the white tent that you just see over there. So if you're in the first 2 rows and your guest, please, you will be required to have your lunch from the tent just in the compound over there. Now, for the remaining participants, you will be having your lunch just from right behind you. So you will be just going, and then right behind you, they're going to serve you right from there, and then you're able to have your lunch from wherever you please. Okay. All right. So that's our structure for lunch. Other than that, let me allow Roderick to talk to us and close the symposium. Over to you, Roderick.
Thank you so much. Clinton Liberty. Clinton Liberty is the president of the UNDP Youth Working Group on Biodiversity and Climate Change. Thank you so much for your able leadership for involving the youth through different channels. As I'm going to start speaking, I'll request our technical team, media team, to kindly project the QR code, whereby most of the information, the technical words the Ministry of Finance was talking about, you can find them. There are documents that were launched. I do not know, but I know modern phones can be able to scan that. You can be able to scan the QR code and you'll have all those documents that were launched. There is the National Climate Change Finance Strategy. Then we have the National Green Taxonomy, and also the guidelines for the mainstreaming climate action in the financial sector of Uganda. So everything we've had from the beginning is right there. And I normally call it, that is the bigger picture. The different mechanisms were launched last week on the 11th of September. And today on the 18th, we are right here implementing. So that's why you saw many people were able to come and be part and support, because we are implementing not just what is urgent for the youth, but also the government agenda. And that's why you saw national planning authorities here, Ministry of Finance is here, among other partners. So in a very special way, gratitude is a must. Regenerate Africa, they have been on the panel represented by Madame Niona. In your absentia, I really wish to appreciate Regenerate Africa, as you can see them right there. Some of the partners who have made this happen. It has not been easy. And I've been advised that I'm standing between your lunch, because they are still organizing on the different areas. But your lunch is going to be delivered, and we are going to call it brunch. We are very sorry. Breakfast should have been served on arrival, but we had to finish on time. We had to finish on time because we had promised that it was going to be half day. Yeah, so then I also want to thank Centenary Bank. I think Centenary Bank were the first people who reached out with support. Thank you so much, Centenary Bank, for supporting this event. And I don't even think that they even followed up their money. They just sent and were like, we trust that you can create impact. So I want to build on what Centenary Bank did to talk to the partners there. Niona, when you are not around, we were thanking you. Thank you so much. All right. I'm going to use the words of Miss Jemima Babiri Kasibo, right? One day she said, the youth are termed to be as disorganized people. People do not want to fund us. People do not want to invest in our projects. People are trying to distance themselves from us. But this is a statement that we are actually very organized. We are making a very big statement that we have come together as the youth under an umbrella. We are willing to work under the YCC so that we can create a bigger impact. Let us, all the youth, we have different entities. Let us come under one umbrella. Let it be YCC and let us create impact. And I welcome all of you with the different entities you're doing, different specialties, let us come together. Because as you heard, they said, colleagues, money has come. So, and I'll continue thanking the partners, and I'll then move to Climate Action Network Uganda, represented by Mr. Anthony. Thank you so much, you can see. And I believe Mr. Anthony has, it is a great honor to sit on the same panel with Madame Bridget, who was, Madame Bridget is our alumni of Kyambogo University, and she interned at CANU. So that was now how we have been growing our partnerships. So thank you so much for creating spaces for young people and for mentoring them. Also, I will appreciate Uganda Biodiversity Fund, ED Amani, and was among the early birds. So we really appreciate that time. And I'm told there are simple tokens that we are supposed to give out. But we are going to coordinate that after here. No, there are gifts. To be specific, there are gifts. Simple gifts, but at least it is out of a heart, a very giving heart. So I want to appreciate UBF, and now they're represented by Owen. Is Owen in the room? The UBF ED delegated Owen, I think he has stepped out. But we appreciate Uganda Biodiversity Fund. For those who know what it does, it funds things. Just come up with an idea. Talk to Mr. Amani. Impact. I had that in his statement. Make impact to the communities that we live in. Then I'll proceed to Gayo. I think Gayo is going to be represented by Robert. So thank you so much, Robert. Thank you so much, Gayo, for the publicity, for being around, and for the activities that you've been doing. A few days ago, was it yesterday? They were right here in Kyambogo training green champions. Thank you so much for not giving up on Kyambogo University, and thank you so much for always considering us. And we are really willing to walk this journey together that we've started today. Thank you so much, Robert. I think I need... Then I will come to Wango. I wish to appreciate Wango. Wango, it is an app. I don't know if you have heard about it. It connects buyers to sellers. You can trust it. And it is owned by our patron, Rotarian Teddy Nabakozagali Wango. So she's a tech, women in technology. She's right there. She designed the app herself. And the app is selling, and right now it is actually verified. So we have also initiated a working relationship with them, Environmental Hub, and the Department of Environmental Sciences, and we are going to be training champions in environment. So we are ready to work together with different partners. If you are specific, when they said hold placards of your choice, I chose partnerships for the goals, SDG 17. I love that SDG so much, and we are very, very grateful. Okay. All right. So among our upcoming partners, I've been told to announce, we have Green Behavior Network, Hubs Network. Green Behavior Hubs Network. So we are willing to discuss further. You can see it's right there. And we have these conversations, I think, with Madame Foundation, represented by now two people, Madame Evelyn Kabarajira and Mr. Mukasa Cliff, at the extreme behind. Thank you so much, Atakama Consulting Foundation, for walking the journey with us, for funding our students, and for the projects we are doing together at the department level in waste management. And I appreciate all the coordination. And another people that they do not appreciate, thank you so much, the media team and the graphics. I want to assure you, you're all going to receive your photos on time. So thank you so much, the team led by Johnson, for really making this happen. So to sum up this, I want to appreciate a very special guest with us, Grow Foundation. Thank you so much, Mr. Musinguzelaban, for teaching us how to turn air into money. So it was from carbon to cash flow. And Mr. Laban has committed his day to be here. It is an honor. Thank you so much, and is willing to meet people at individual levels. And he has started to walk a journey with Kyambogo University, and we welcome you. So the work we are going to be doing, he's going to be one of the chief investors. Can I pronounce? Oh, he has told me not to. But yeah, the work that we are going to be doing, Mr. Laban is going to be supporting us technically and the other way. So thank you so much, Mr. Laban, for making this event happen. I can be proud to say that he's a platinum sponsor of today's event. So for all the lunch, he said that those are simple things. So thank you so much, Mr. Laban, for the guidance, for the mentorship, and for allowing to come through and sparing the whole day with us. Thank you so much. I appreciate you, sir. I do not know if the people are here. I wished to introduce some of the people I work with. I do not work in isolation. Samantha. Now, Mr. Kawere, please. Yeah, I request you to step in just briefly until when I receive the signal that lunch is ready for serving. Yes, because I really want us to engage. It is going to take like about 3 minutes, and then the lunch will be ready. I've received the signal from there. So, thank you so much. Owen, we appreciated UBF. Please send our group appreciation to the ED. We are grateful. Yes, we are very happy. And we apologize for not providing the break on time, but we had to finish on time. So that's why we have to make sure that everyone gets their lunch as they deserve. So, but for us, we are down there. But the structure runs, we have a board of, please. We have a board of directors that manages Environment Hub, and it is chaired by Professor Idrissa Mugampoza. And on the board, so I wish to appreciate Dr. Kagwa Mary. She sits on our board. Thank you so much for being present and for always giving us guidance. Trust me, with her, we can never miss a step. Thank you so much. I also wish to appreciate other board members in absentia. We have Dr. Florence. We have it looks like our board has only doctors. Dr. Flavia Biekwaso, she's from Ministry of Water, under the Climate Change Department. The board. Then we have Dr. Grace Chizutoba Chaita. He's a judge. I think if you can scroll up to the strategic, yes, there. So the strategic and advisory team, you can see Mrs. Gali Wango Teddy Nabakoza, she's our patron, and she's right there. And we have the council. Mr. Kamujisha Joshua Rutebuka is our lawyer as an entity. So if you try us, not when you are not steady. So we are very established. So please scroll up, then I can talk about the team. These faces. So I happen to be there as the team lead. We have Miss Mirembe Angela Sebunya. She's in charge of communications and HR. We have Miss Baseka Patience at Haire. Apparently she's in Finland, so that's why she has not been able to be here with us. She was handling finance and administration. Then we have Miss Afoyoroth Joanita, programs and advocacy manager. You can see she has been busy. Then we have Miss Kasande Molen. She's partnerships and resource mobilization manager. Then we have Mr. Twinamasko Johnson. He's media and digital communications manager. So you can see we are set. Then I wish to appreciate strong man right here, Mr. Kawere Thomas Mugwanya, who is Partnerships and Resource Mobilization Officer, and now he's also taking on the role of patience in absentia finance and administration. So, colleagues, so, and he has come to tell me that lunch is ready. So we have Ms. Samantha Kungu. She has been here with us the whole day, and she's in charge of research and innovations. So that's what Environment Hub is, and we are very ready. We are very organized, fully registered to work with you. And we have, now I think we are left with 9 years to be in Kyambogo. I have a memorandum of understanding with Kyambogo University. That's how we are able to do these events, support Kyambogo University to establish a number of events. So I appreciate you. So my task was simple. Appreciate the partners. Thank you so much. And appreciate the participants. Thank you so much for coming. This knowledge you've gained, what we are going to do is yours. Ours is to be a vessel to deliver. Today is the beginning of the Center of Excellence of Climate Finance. Representatives from Atacama, Regenerate Africa, UBF, Wango, Youth Climate Council, Gaio, Terraverse, the staff, Madam Catherine. I request the staff of Kyambogo University. We are going to write it from, please let us, no, I have not yet closed, the MC will close. So we are going to move out, and that's how we are going to have our food, and then the rest we are going to be served from right there behind, just for order. Just for order. And then from there, I think they will be back to have discussions. So I appreciate you all. Thank you so much for
time, for being here, being patient with us. Some of you even didn't have breakfast. Some of you even didn't have breakfast, but you are here. That only does not show your resilience, but it shows, you know, how much of, you know, integrate and you are. Because, you know, when I came here, of course, the room was almost quite full, but we can thank you for the idea that we're able to come up with. We thank you for what you have done for us with this symposium, but we also want to thank you for the opportunity to have these conversations, and may they continue in the next years to come. Father, we want to thank you as we go forward. We want to thank you that you may take us home safely, and for the students who are here at Kyambogo University, we want to thank you that, Lord, you continue to have them a success. Father, thank you so much for this symposium once again, and I want to thank each and everyone, you know, for
categories. There is student membership, there is, that's general membership, and also membership of, you know, gold and platinum. So please feel free to reach out. And still, as we conclude, don't forget to disturb Mr. Musinguzi Laban in regard to carbon financing, as he had earlier offered to share. And yes. Okay. Then let me give an opportunity for a colleague, a friend, to mention something. But don't forget, lunch is in a few. Over to you.
Okay, thank you so much, Samantha. My name is Stephen Chiinji, Common Man Kuema, that is Kyambogo University Environmental Management Association. I'm here to make just 3 announcements. Third, sustainable development, biodiversity conservation, public health, social and economic development. The model of the conference shall be virtual and physical. It is a 2-day conference from 1st October to 2nd October. To our young scientists in environment, innovation. They have been here telling us about innovation. I quoted Madam Teddy, the Principal Environment Officer from Buganda Kingdom. Innovation. We have a lot of ideas, but how to put them into something that is impactful. Please come. We are going to host a number of professors, doctors who have done research all over the world. Uganda Society is a broad organization. So